question, just like raise your hand. Okay, so please prepare for the introduction session. Organic Lut, you were the first. And rest of them, please hold on a second. While we're preparing, do you want to say something, Rob or Valerio, or people who are in charge of this? Do you want to say something to your startups or the Korean participants? Hi, Valerio.
Oh, sorry, Ashley. I didn't realize.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question? I wasn't paying attention.
Actually, do you want to say something to Korean participant or the startups in your side? So, like, do you have any comments?
Sure thing. So first of all, 안녕하세요 to everybody in Korea, and good morning on our side. Thank you very much for being present today at this event for us. This is the closing ceremony of our project that has been lasted for 3 years now. And we are very, very happy to have this pitching competition with you present here. I think on the Ugandan side, I wish everybody good luck. You've been preparing for the last years for moments like this. So make us proud and do the best pitches that you can do. So thank you, everybody. And I think Rob is still having some, we're still trying to put the first PowerPoint up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And people who comment right now, please change your name in English and put your company name too. Thank you very much. And for the group B, I will divide you as a group one by one at 9:15. So just wait for a second. Okay, so I think everybody's here. So, right. Before we start, is it okay to turn on our camera? Because like, is it okay?
For you to turn off the camera?
Which one is better, turn off or turn on our camera?
No, whichever you prefer. On our side is okay. We'll be speaking to the camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're speaking to the camera in front, so.
Okay, so, okay, let me just speak in Korean a bit. Okay. 일단 와주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 우선은 카메라 켜시는 거는 자유롭게 해주시면 될 것 같고, 나중에 뭐 사진 찍을 때는 다 같이 한번 켜주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그래서, 지금 말씀드린 것처럼 A랑 B랑 나눠서 좀 진행을 하게 될 거고요. 그 과정에 있어서 중간에 저희 이제 질문이나 이런 것들은 이제 이 친구들도 열심히 준비했으니까 적극적으로 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 기본적으로는 음소거로 하고 계시다가 질문 있으실 때 키고 질문해 주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 최소한 그래도 한두 개 정도는 네, 일반 그 인트로덕션 세션에도 질문을 해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그러면 네, 시작하도록 하겠습니다. Okay, let's start. We're gonna, wait a second. Do you have any question or?
How long is the presentation and how many minutes do we have for the Q&A session?
Yeah, actually, as I wrote down, there's a 4-minute presentation and 3-minute Q&A.
Okay.
But as you know, if like the presentation will get longer, the Q&A session will be shorter. Okay. Okay, Organic, can you start now? Okay, Organic, please start.
Hi, my name is
You
Ysau
have 4.
from Organic Root. I'm the founder. Organic Root is the world first class organic focused food processor, exporter, distributor, extending the shelf life of fruits and vegetables using solar drying technology. feeding the world sustainably and preserving food deliciously. Next slide. In Uganda, 20% of fruits and vegetables is lost or wasted at the farm gate. The way to make this food marketable and sustainable to target the 98% of the urban and rural customer other than the high class is not there. Dry and mixed food market is growing, whereby in the global market is now $300.9 billion US dollars. East Africa, $180.6 billion US dollars. In Uganda,
excuse me, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you.
Then,
Hello?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, I can hear now. Okay.
so, Uganda would want to serve a market of $100 billion US dollars in years to come.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear your voice.
Hello.
Hello?
I don't know why, but Ysau just turned on his mic. And
Sorry.
oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Start again, please.
Should I start again? So, Organic Root, we want to serve a market of $100 billion US dollars in years to come in our operation. The next slide. Our solution, we're offering dry fruits, vegetables, chili sauce, chili powder, ginger. We're using a hybrid solar dryers to produce dry fruits and vegetables to our customers. Our technology reduced drying time by up to 55%. We're selling the cheapest products in the market, 70% cheaper than our competitors. Then the shelf life of our products is increases to 100%. We buy this produce from the smallholder farmers. We are working with 300 smallholder farmers that we buy from them, where we bring it to our storage, where we do processing, labeling, packaging at our own warehouse. We do distribution twice a week to our customers with our sales team. The next slide. Our business model is B2B dry fruit. Our business model is B2B of dry fruits at a competitive price. The cost of acquisition of customer in the local market is $0.03 US dollars. Our products ranges from banana 25 grams, 50 grams, chili sauce 100 grams, ketchup 250 grams. For our export market, we are exporting starting from 300 kgs to 500 kgs. Our gross profit margin for dry snack, 25 grams is 58%, 70%, 50 grams, 48% chili sauce 100 grams, then ketchup is 65%. Then for the export market, we are getting a gross profit of 75%. Next slide. As a business, we also have our rivals. We have Nigonjas. They have a well-set factories, but they do for export. Fresh vendors, then Jacana also buy from the farmers. But to us, we provide high-quality dry fruit products. Our technology cuts the cost by 75%. And our dryers, we have mobile dryers. We offer excellent value, the price at 70% cheaper. We provide variety of healthy products at 100% shelf life. We're serving all customer segments, starting from children to the old age. Thank you. The next slide. We started Organic Root in 2018. The idea was to export dry fruits, but when COVID-19 came, we pivoted into the local market. Since 2019, we have raised a revenue from our sales, $123,300 US dollars, 70% average annual growth, 58% gross profit, and we are distributing more than 10 SKUs. That means products to our customers. We are working with more than 300 farmers. Last year, our customer mark reached 10,400. But this year, we had another 10,000 customers. So we now have a customer base of 22,400 customers that now we are serving plus. Next slide. We have opportunities. As I talk now, we have orders. We have orders, 120 tons. That's about 4 containers that we are supposed to take to Morocco and Qatar. And Africa dry fruit market is growing. We estimate about 3.5 metric tons of dry fruits and other food products that is demanded in the African market. And then last year, we sold 300 packets of dry fruits, and our demand is growing. We expect that this year and next year to be 2.2 million packets that we'll be selling. And also, according to our study, actually, Africa dry fruits and mixed fruit market, we expect to be 500 metric packets as we do our business. Next slide. Our financial projections. In 2024, implementing short-term goals to expand our client base.
Yeah, we're gonna lose time's up, so please finish your presentation quickly, please.
Yes, our team, plus 30 years combined experience, product development, sales, marketing, supply chain, distribution system, partnerships, and law. Bertha, yes, we're asking for $50,000 in debt or equity to increase our production to achieve our annual revenue of $1 million by 2029. Core products ready for broad distribution and selling. And also we want to also increase the number of customers, the number of our farmers to 1,000 farmers base, and also reduce green gas emission by 10%. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so I think we can get one question. So do you have any questions in Korean side?
Thank you for your pitchings. I have one question. Have you ever exported to any Asian countries?
Not yet. We already taken the sample to Qatar, and it passed the test. So now we are working on mathematics, and we are working on the deal. I think by next month, we'll be signing the deal, and also one of the buyers will be coming to Uganda to meet us.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And okay, that's all for your introduction. And next time is Lara Fragrance.
Yes, let's give a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alan Chimera. The CEO and founder, Lara Fragrance House, where we are all about crafting perfumes locally in Uganda. And we are reaching out to the world. So formerly, I desired high-end designer fragrances, but I couldn't afford them. So I decided to use my chemistry background to craft fragrances. And my first products were a hit amongst my peers. So I decided that this could turn out to be a billion-dollar venture. So Lara Fragrance House was born that day. Next slide. Uganda spends about $85 million every year on importing fragrances. And these high-end designer fragrances cost between $50 to $250, making them unaffordable for the vast majority of the people on the market. Next slide. And in Uganda, customers are willing to spend at most about $30 for a 50 milliliter bottle of perfume. Next slide. So at Lara Fragrance House, we are making fragrances affordable for everyone. Our prices range from $6 to $40 so that we can cater for everyone who wants to buy a good fragrance for themselves. And they are 70% organic material locally sourced from within Uganda. Next slide. This is Priscilla, one of our customers, loyal, and she's now happy because she can get herself a high-end designer fragrance from Lara Fragrance House. Next slide. So our aim is to start with a $34 million market in Uganda, as we want to expand across Africa and get into that $10 billion market. And this will give us a push to go global with our product and brand from Uganda. Next slide. So our business strategies, we are reaching out to offering a diverse product range, reaching out to wholesalers, direct sales, digital marketing, and event marketing. And our margin is at 45% per bottle. Next slide. To date, we have over 450 loyal paying customers who have been loyal at buying our samples as we are getting more market and more demand within our country and across the globe. We have made over $4,000 over the first few months through our samples. We have been approached by international people, customers who are willing to have our products in their countries, and these include Egypt, Ghana, the UK, and recently from Oman. Next slide. And so our products are on a high demand. And one of the things that we've gone up to do is have our e-commerce platform running by the end of this year, and this will be up and running by the end of December, mid-December. So our target is to have sold over 50,000 bottles of perfume by 2028, and this will raise us over $1.5 million US. Next slide. So we are seeking $25,000 US, and this is to enable us overcome the bottleneck of perfume packaging that we want to purchase in bulk, and this will cut down on our production costs. This will help us to scale up our production and sourcing the raw materials we need from within Uganda and those that we can't access within our country. Next slide. So we are a team of professionals given into pushing our brand out, making a statement to the world from Uganda. Next slide. Yeah, so this is Lara Fragrance House. Come and join us as we make a statement to the world from Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, Palos, do you have a question for him?
Yes, I do have a question. Alan, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. My question, well, I will have many questions, but I will try to focus in what do you think is the differentiation point of your product? And after answering that question, like I have the feeling by seeing the packaging of your product that looks very similar to a Western perfume. So, but if somebody would like to get something from Uganda, from Africa, maybe may look for something more like local from Uganda. So why did you choose to target or to position yourself as a Western looking and not like more Africa looking perfume? That would be my two questions.
Yes, one of the differentiating factors that we have as Lara Fragrance House is we make our perfumes from locally sourced ingredients. And one of the things that we are working out about now is to set ourselves different with the way our packaging looks. And that will sell the tradition of Uganda and the story that we want to sell out to the world. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? The other panelists, do you have another questions for him? Okay, if there are any other question, I want to ask you one question. So is there any assurances or that you have to get if you want to produce it massively?
I didn't get you quite well. Can you pardon?
If you want to produce it more, is there any assurances that you have to get from the government?
I can't get it clear.
Ashley, what does he need from the government? We're not clear on that.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see. Thank you. And I think that time's up. So thank you for your presentation. And I see you will gonna hold. Oh, do you have any questions?
No, it's okay on our side. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do one-on-one meeting, so you can express your ideas more and at the one-on-one session. Okay, so next one is Tourism Holdings. Please prepare. And if you're ready, you can start.
Good morning. Okay, good evening. My name is Jimmy Oyuni. I am the team leader at Tourism, and we are all about. So, the population today is growing at almost 3.9. It's growing at 3.9 annually, and urbanization is urbanizing. I mean, the urbanization rate is at 4.1%, meaning more and more people are coming to the urban centers, and the demand for food is growing, giving rise to quite a number of feed manufacturers and food processors. However, they have one serious problem: sourcing. They are challenged with the low quality pulses. The process is fragmented, and there is a chain of middlemen and inconsistent supply. Let alone they are working at 50% below their capacity. So what we provide is we shorten the supply chain, and we provide high quality pulses in a simple digitized process, and they have good access to farmers, and all this is provided with a data-driven decision process. So up here you'll see a sample of what we're providing. This is in retail pack, but we have recently pivoted to only serve the B2B. Starting from as low as $1.02 for a kilo. That's about 2.6 million Ugandan shillings for a ton. We are able to satisfy the needs, the growing needs of these feed manufacturers. So this is from our B2B customer, Bonita. She testifies of how there is a swift change, saving her up to 15 minutes in preparation time, and also getting real value for her money. So we run a B2B model where we are directly sourcing from the farmers and providing it to the feed manufacturers and the food processors. So we are currently working with 16 cooperatives and over 1,200 farmers. By doing this, we have actually increased the farmers' earning by up to 42%, lowering the cost of sourcing for the feed manufacturers and the processors by up to 20%. So our supply chain system is enabled by a third party, where we are able to detail all the process, detail all for the farmers. We provide GPS locations and SMS alerts so that we know which customer needs what in what amount of quantity. So last year we were doubling. We doubled our transaction from 8,000 to 42,000, and this year we are almost closing at 250,000 in US dollars. And we believe in the next 3 years we shall be doing at least $1 million year to year. We are not in this field alone. We have quite a number of players that are there, but what keeps us apart is we specialize mainly in pulses. The rest are doing several value chains, but we've strictly narrowed down to pulses, and gives us a cutting edge over every other person. So the market is quite big and it's growing. We are at over 70 billion US dollars in sub-Saharan Africa alone. And we know sub-Saharan Africa is growing by 3.9% annually in population, with urbanization going at 4.1. So the demand of food is yet to explode. So today we are feeding, today our market, feed manufacturers are taking 50%, up to 50% of our market, and we are growing into export with up to 42%. So we have a dedicated team of of 4 full-time and 6 part-time, with over 40 years on combined experience. And we have a board of advisors that is seated and helping us on this particular journey. So we are asking for 150,000 in US dollars, mainly driving our working capital demand, because it's very capital intensive. We are looking into branding and better digitalizing our systems and clearing our value chain in terms of supply and distribution. Thank you. So I'm inviting you, let's feed the world, heal the soil, one pulse at a time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And Nice comment at the end. Okay. Okay, panelists, do you have a question for the presenter?
Oh, hi. I have one question. I wonder, how do you source the farmers and which type of crops that do you focus on sourcing? And is there any specific reason for this?
Okay, now how do we source from our farmers? We've organized our farmers in farmer groups throughout 7 districts in the northern Uganda, and we're expanding. So farmers are clustered in groups. We pick one person in the farmer group, train them to be the lead farmer, and we also use them as our contact agent to be able to work with the other farmers. Then we aggregate through that very one farmer.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Do you have any other more questions for Tourism Holdings?
Yes, I do. Thank you for your presentation. And I have a question that what exactly are the advantages of a B2B model over a B2C model?
All right, we are driving B2B personally. I mean, we are driving B2B over B2C. We are working with 22% in our margins. So volumes is our niche. So with the B2B, we are able to drive the volumes. However, with B2C, we are not able to achieve the desired results we are pushing for. So to give more perspective, on one B2B order will take a minimum order quantity of 12 tons, while a B2C could average at about 1.8 tons a month. So B2B is what we chose to go with.
Okay, is that answer efficient to you? Okay. So, okay, I think the question is, that's all for the questions. And thank you for your presentation and answers. And next one is RW Tech Commerce.
RETECH is creating a sustainable cassava value chain for food security and enhancing farmers' livelihoods. Good morning. I'm Isaac Atenwa. I'm excited to share how we are tackling the cassava value chain and create real impact through our innovative approach. However, we are facing these challenges. There's a big gap between production and need of food. In Uganda, smallholder farmers often have 30% lower yield due to lack of skills and knowledge. They lose 40% of their cassava due to poor post-harvest handling practices, resulting in a loss of 60% potential income. Shockingly, 40% of the food produced is wasted. This wastage does not only represent a loss of resources and income, but also contributes to the detrimental cycle where 20% of the population is left with insufficient access to nutritious food, leading to healthy and nutritional deficiencies. Under our cooperative model, we organize farmers to manage the whole supply and the value chain. By investing in initiatives to train and support farmers, promote sustainable agricultural practices, and enhance post-harvest handling. These initiatives increase farmers' yield 5 to 8 times, enables mass production and the supply at a competitive price. How it works? How it works is simple and direct, and also apply the business process. Next. Let's go to the product. We deliver top niche cassava flour products, high quality, clean and safe, 100% organic, at 15% lower price. Our products are not just a staple food in many households, but also has the potential to be a game changer
on the global market. We are transforming cassava chain by uniting and training 1,700 farmers, enhancing post-harvest handling, and ensuring direct market access. This approach boosts yield sustainably, minimizes food waste, and improves quality control. What are the results? Increased income for farmers and nutritious food for households, supporting vital SDG goals like eradicating poverty and achieving zero hunger. Join us empowering communities and driving responsible growth together. Next. Since 2016, we have grown from 20 members to 1,700 farmers, boosting our sales increasing each quarter. Our profitable journey includes 3 bulking centers, 4 sales outlets, and a dedicated facility for our organic products. We have raised over 50,000 USD, fueling our mission of sustainable growth. Next. We are proudly generating 80% of our revenue from B2B clients, boosting a 95% repurchasing rate. Our diverse customer base includes 20% distributors, 30% exporters, women SMEs, bakeries, supermarkets, and hotels. Additionally, 20% of our revenue comes from our own members, like Mr. Moses Egwao, one of our certified customers. He puts, as a healthy and conscious individual, rated organic and gluten-free products are my top choice. Next. We offer a seamless cassava value chain from production to delivery, eliminating middlemen, ensuring 100% organic, healthy, and gluten-free. Our product stands out for their uncompromising quality. We have a diverse range tailored for various customer needs. Next. I'm excited to share, the opportunity in the cassava value chain is huge. With 35 million people, 70% of the Ugandan population. Cassava is a directly staple food with a significant source of calories. Our serviceable market reaches 17 million people, where realistically we can capture 10 million customers. Next. I'm excited to present our ambitious financial journey, confidently projected to surpass $1 million by 2029, with our initial turnover of 83,311 USD 2023 and 277,660 USD 2024. Our revenue will soar to over $1 million in the next 5 years, focusing on high quality cassava flour, nutritious porridge-based flour, and cassava blended wheat flour, showcase a robust growth potential underpinned with a 50% growth margin. Our team comprises of dedicated individuals with a collective experts and experience of over 4 decades combined in agriculture and sustainable business practices. Together, we are committed driving the success of these initiatives and create a lasting positive impact within our community. We are asking an investment of 200,000 USD to establish the state-of-art warehouse and operational facility. This strategic move will empower us, bulk, store, and enhance constant production while reducing costs and increasing our outputs. Join us seizing this transformative opportunity together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Panelists, do you have a question?
Pardon?
Okay, so please just wait a second. Panelists, do you have a questions for the business? Okay, if you can I ask you something about your business? Okay, if you have the opportunity to collaborate with like Korean distributors, Do you have any plan for expand your market to Korea?
Yes, we are looking to expand our market globally. We have captured one of the biggest customer in East Africa, that's Congo. We're exporting our cassava to Congo, and we are planning to go beyond the globe, and we are hoping even to capture the Korean market and even the entire Asian market. Thank you very much.
Okay, so do you have any like traction that you export your product to the overseas?
Yeah, we are going to export. We are planning to export. Yeah, we export. We are exporting to DRC Congo, Southern Sudan, and Burundi, within the region of East Africa.
Okay, I see. If there is no more question, I think that's it for today. And talk about your business in the one-on-one session more with the NH Venture Investment. Okay, thank you for your presentation. And next one is Ysau Praise.
Okay. Hello, everyone there. I'm Devin Itaji, and I'm the CEO and co-founder. Okay, I'm CEO and co-founder of Kenya in Safaris with a flagship product, Quest Software, which is a travel planning software. So a while back ago at Kenya, we had an immediate client, and in a bid to catch up with time, we gave him a quotation that had errors, and at the end of the day, we funded the trip. So this was devastating, and we thought we were facing this alone, but upon thorough research, what we found was that about 68% of travel advisors reported that generating these itineraries was a big challenge for them in Uganda, and wasting up to averagely 12 hours per trip on making travel arrangements. And this is because of manual methods of travel planning, which are shaded with errors, they are time consuming, and costs are involved. And the existing software lacks local content, it's not so easy to use, and it's also expensive to use. Next slide. So we solve this by centralizing data from multiple service providers to save time and costs. All that our company has to do is log in, navigate the itinerary creation section, input the necessary details such as accommodation plans, destination plans, and activities they want to curate for their clients. Then our software calculates the underlying costs in real time, and one finalizes both the itinerary and invoice with a click of a button. So we make money by charging annual subscription fees to tour operators. Next slide. Charging annual subscription fees to tour operators in 3 packages, along with an 8% commission on every booking made through our platform. Next slide. So at an average booking price of $200 for a room, we earn $16. Averagely, one company makes 113 bookings a year, giving us $1,800 in revenue annually. And in just about 3 years, our projection is to onboard up to 1,000 customers, generating up to $2 million in just 3 years. Next slide. So our target is to tap into just 1% market share. 1% market share equals to over 100,000 bookings annually. And this is a huge market. Africa itself constitutes about $23.3 billion. East Africa alone, which is our initial focus, constitutes about $7.7 billion. And Uganda, which is our initial target, stands at $0.7 billion. Next slide. So we are competing with 2 companies, and our differences primarily lie in the online reservation system. We are able to facilitate bookings through the same platform because it's an all-in-one tool. Next slide. So we are marketing and selling through direct sales. That's how we reach our customers, because we also have industrial contacts. We've been in the industry for a while, and we believe we have the contacts to reach directly to our customers, but also business workshops where we can train and onboard these users, and digital marketing, since most of these two operators actually have their operations online. Next slide. So this is our traction in 2023. We onboarded up to 164 customers, generated up to $9,400 at an acquisition cost of $13.3, giving us a gross margin of 36.6% and a lifetime value of $70,000. We currently have an existing pipeline of up to 900 customers in association of Uganda to operators, and our goal is to reach up to that. We've also gone ahead to establish fundamental partnerships with international organizations, like the signing of an MOU with Flito at Jitex Africa to primarily integrate the API. Next slide. So our goal is to onboard up to 1,000 customers, facilitate up to 112,000 bookings, and generate up to $2 million in just about 3 years. Next slide. So all we're asking for is up to $100,000, of which 27,000 will be used for API integration and IP registration, 35,000 will be used for internet and server purchase, and 20,000 will be used for marketing and server acquisition costs, 18,000 will be used for product branding, contingency, and feedback collection. Our goal is to onboard up to 1,000 customers, raise up to $2 million in revenue, bring down our customer acquisition to just about $10. Next slide. So we are a team of 6 individuals. 2 are part-time workers, and also 4 are full-time. Myself, I lead the team with a bachelor's in information technology and 4 years experience in business development. My co-founder brings an experience of 5 years in tourism management and also business development, and our CTO, Herman, brings together an experience of 6 years in computing, and our Chief Marketing Officer, Olivia, brings an experience of 2 years working with Kenya Safaris. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Okay, so panelists, do you have a question for Kenya Safaris? No.
I have one question. I think your service is targeting the people abroad who are interested in African tourism. So how can you advertise or reach to those people to use your service?
Okay, first of all, we are B2B. So primarily we serve online travel agencies, and we are yet to also reach out to B2C. That's our goal. But primarily how we reach out to B2B clients, we use digital means. That is first, because most of the operations are online. So digital marketing serves as an effective strategy, but also direct sales through some of the partnerships that we have locally. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to ask you a question too. Nice service, nice product that you want to develop. My question is a double one. First one, do you have any competitor that is kind of making similar thing? And the second one is that, as you mentioned, many people want to go to Africa for safaris, but also many people want to go to Africa to do some volunteer work. So I wonder if this platform, are you thinking or are you planning of developing a similar, as you can reserve safaris, also make a reservation to help in one part of the country to build up something, or to help in education or something like that? Thank you.
Yeah, our goal is to begin with on the side of competition. In Africa, we are competing with DAY2. It's a South African-based company, and we are very different from them because our whole idea is to build an all-in-one solution. So we also facilitate direct bookings through the same platform. But also we are looking at now extending our business model to serve also the customers. And that will come through building a marketplace where we can have some of these companies that are actually building with us some of their packages, because now it's more of an ERP. And then once we have this data, we can actually capitalize on it and build a marketplace and also serve the B2C customers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any more questions? No? Okay, so thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's one is the last one, Anopha.
Good morning. Okay, no answer. Okay, I'm called Mumza Grace, and I'm the CEO of Ino Farm. So growing up in a farming household in southwestern Uganda gave me first-hand experience of the challenges farmers face. So many years down the road, the situation largely remains unchanged. For example, the ratio of extension workers to farmers is around 1 to 1,800, and the recommended ratio is 1 to 500. And on average, a farmer in Uganda walks approximately 10 kilometers to access agro inputs. So this means up to 7 million farming households in Uganda lack timely access to farming information and inputs as and when they need it. Next. Our solution is a mobile application based in Uganda through which farmers can access free farming and market information and also get updates. Previous slide, please. So our solution, a mobile application called Ino Farm, farmers access free farming and market information and order agro inputs for same-day delivery. Next. Yeah, through the app, farmers access good agronomic practices on post-harvest handling, safe pesticides, and also share information via the forum. And they can also get market updates like I mentioned earlier. Next. Yeah, so we also do same-day delivery for agro inputs across the country, and also connect agro input dealers to market. Yeah. So our solution is both comprehensive and inclusive in nature, whereby farmers can access information even when they don't have internet connection. So it is offline. It is contextualized for the local farmer because the content is made in collaboration with the local institutions and NARO. And it is also available in multiple languages, including 5 local languages. It is user-centric in nature, so the farmer is at the center of everything we do. In comparison with our competitors, including Ysau, Limstar, Jaguza, we outcompete them in terms of technology, quality, affordability. We are actually in the initial stages of integrating artificial intelligence to help farmers. Yeah. Next. So we reach our farmers, our end users, that is farmers, our input dealers, and our culture organizations through partnerships with NGOs, first of all, that work with farmers, and also through field agents.
It's been going to work on them, so I'm going to move very fast.
First contact in the field, we have a network of over 50 field agents that work with us. We also employ digital marketing to reach the youth that are actively engaging in farming. Yeah, we make money through 3 different ways. That is transaction, commission on sale of inputs, subscription fee up to $25 per month, and then also we charge NGOs and other organizations that want to use our product up to $1,500. Yeah. So since we launched our application around 2 years ago, we have reached over 50,000 users and generated more than $140,000 in revenue. We have actually won a number of awards, including Agriculture Support Software of the Year last year. And we have also made partnerships with prominent organizations, both local and international. Next. Yes, so in the next 5 years, we aim to reach up 2 million farmers and make up to $1.4 million in revenue, 75% gross profit margin. This year, we managed to secure up to $200,000 in grants, and last year, we secured up to $60,000 in grants. Yeah. So the market is big. The market is big. Like I mentioned, 7 million farmers. 7 million farmers in Uganda. Market slide, please. Okay, yeah. Like I mentioned, the market is big. 7 million farmers in Uganda. We also target refugees up to 1.5 millions in Uganda already. 2,000 NGOs in Uganda. So that gives us a market of 5.3 million US dollars per year. Next. This is the core team where I lead a team with over 5 years of experience in the startup ecosystem. And in total, we have over 25 US dollars. Sorry, in total, we have over 25 years of combined experience. Yeah. We are looking to raise up to 200,000 US dollars in the next 1 year to help us reach the 2 million farmers I mentioned earlier and generate up to 1.4 US dollars in revenue. Yeah. This will help us to improve our application, market more our product, and also onboard new technicians, that is for AI. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, so do you have a question, Petters?
Thank you for your pitching. I have one question. You mentioned post-harvest management, aka PHM. Can you share the proportion of agricultural products that are typically wasted during the distribution process in Uganda? And what result can be expected when applying your solutions?
Yeah. In comparison to the smallholder farmers, it is approximated that a farmer loses at least a season's harvest. So in Uganda, we have up to 2 seasons. So a farmer loses up to a season's harvest every year due to lack of information on how to do post-harvest handling, how to manage the pests and diseases. So as I know farm, we come in to help farmers so that they don't lose this. Because I'm putting it in a state where it is in relation with the farmer. So if a farmer plants, for example,
Please help. I think it's not working well.
Hello? Can you, okay.
Yeah. So in summary, like I mentioned, a farmer loses up to a season's harvest every year due to post-harvest losses. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other more questions for Inopalm? Okay.
Thank you for your speech. I have one question. I wonder how much each user pay per month for your service.
Normally the end user, who is the smallholder farmers, access the application for free, but we partner with organizations like NGO I've mentioned, who pay up to $2,500 US per month for their users to use the application. The end user, who is the farmer, normally pays commission when they buy agro inputs. Yeah, between 3 to 10%. So that's when they pay. But to use the application to access information, that is free of charge.
Okay, so is there any more questions for Inopalm? It's okay? Okay, thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay, so if you have any more questions, like we'll want to hold a one-on-one session. So yeah, you can talk with him more. And actually, this is end of the Group A introduction session. But before we finalize it, there is one Korean we see in the site. Do you have any comment for this event report? 저희 한국인 한 분 가 계시거든요. 그래서 벤처포트 대표님 가 계시는데 혹시 한번 코멘트 드릴 수 있으면 좋을 것 같아서 네, 한번 말씀드리려고 합니다.
Yeah, hi, colleague, investor there, and corporate business people there. I'm here at site, and then I can feel the enthusiastically they try to approach it to you presentation. So I think when you have I think you should have some feeling at site. So I'm delivering this message to you, and then once I go back to Korea, I would like to have some meeting with the investment club, and then I will introduce some more opportunities. So I think here is very energetic, but you cannot feel that. And later, I will deliver that atmosphere later. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And actually, I couldn't introduce all of the panelists for today, but there is one panel who have been to Uganda. So, Hangyeon Inventors, can you introduce a bit of yourself?
My name is Sang-hyun Cho, and thank you for inviting me to the event. I was in Uganda like for 6 months in 2008 for volunteer working, and now I'm working on the A Ventures. A Ventures is a venture capital firm based on South Korea, and this is our 6th year. And we strive to invest to companies that have a potential to become unicorn, and we are always interested in international investments as well.
Okay, thank you for introducing yourself. And actually, there is one people. Sorry. Okay, so there is one people who is not Korean. Actually, he's from Spain, and he's participated in our journey today. So, can you introduce a little bit, Lumpy?
Hi everyone, my name is Fabio Postigo. I've been living in Korea so far for 12 years, and I work in the import industry, food and beverage, and many products from Europe, mainly Spain, but also from Southeast Asia and China. And I am also the director of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, so I'm kind of like look forward to like increase and do some consultancy for Spanish companies that want to enter the Korean market, and also for other countries. So I'm helping them. And indeed, I was in Uganda back in 2018 for volunteer work in Arua, in the north of Uganda. It was an amazing experience. I really enjoyed. And when I asked you there, this makes me want to go again back to Uganda, and I hope that I will be able to go back there soon. Yeah.
Okay, actually, these two have been to Uganda before, so it's very interesting to meet you guys. Okay, so for the group A, you can have a break time for about 10 minutes because we're going to start at 15. So I just ask you to come into this room at the end. Okay, thank you very much. You can have a break. And for the group B, Goldie Cuttings, please prepare your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Goldie Coatings, where are you? Oh, okay. Just be ready when they come back up. Actually, are we able to start now, or you need the 10 minutes? Ashley. I think we'll give them a few minutes. Yeah. Okay. So give it about 10 minutes, and they'll be back, and then we'll get started. Right.
Okay, Goldie Cuttings, are you ready?
We are ready. We are ready.
Yeah, good one. I mean, yes, yes. We're joining. So, did you change your name to your company name? What's your name? India.
I go ahead. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaizaki Jeslin. I'm the co-founder and director operations for Goldie Coatings. Goldie Coatings, our story starts from way back in 2016 as casual painters, buying paint products from shops and paint stores. And over time, our clients started complaining about the peeling, the choking, and the...
Excuse me, we cannot hear you.
Yes, please.
At the very first. Yeah, please go back to the very first.
Like I was mentioning, we started in 2016 as casual painters, buying paint products from stores and paint shops. But over time, our clients started complaining about the choke.
Excuse me, can you start it over at the very first? Is it the first page? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Once again, good morning. My name is Kaiziaki Jocelyn. I'm the co-founder and director operations for Goldie Coatings. We are a paint manufacturing business, and our story starts way back in 2016, where we were just casual painters buying our paint from stores and paint shops. And with time, our clients started complaining about the peeling, the choking, and the fading of the paint products. This was mostly because the paint products on the market are 60% imported, so they come with high pricing, and it is hard for them to withstand the local weather. And this escalated where 19% of homeowners have to repaint their houses after a period of just 1 year. And then the cost of repainting a house also increased by 8.8%. So we sat down and came up with a solution, which is a wide range, a spectrum, as we call it, of paint products on the market. And the value of our products is that they're eco-friendly, highly customized to suit the tastes and status of our clients, and they are way long-lasting from 1 year to 5 years. We've mastered the arts of growing organically. We started with only 650 kg liters per production, that is annually, but now the capacity is at 1,000 kg per batch, per product, on a daily basis. This means our revenues have increased. 2023, we're able to make 24,000 US dollars annually, but as I speak now, we've made this money in only the first quarter of our financial year, 2024-2025. We've been able to make this money through different avenues, and one of which is our own outlets, where we get 20% out of that, and through a B2B and distributors. These are basically sites, construction companies, and hardwares, and they contribute 30% on the revenue, and 40% comes from direct sales to painters, interior designers, and individual house owners. The market size is big for paint, but as a company, we've capitalized and we've put all our energy to obtain the Greater Kampala Metropolitan, which is at 0.5 billion shillings as of the report from Mobus recently, and we've only been able to attain 1% out of it. We are not alone. We are competing with big wigs such as Plascon and Global, the international and local, but we've been able to stay on floats through providing eco-friendly products which are sustainable. When you paint this room today, you can still stay in it without having fear of effect on your health. And we are exceptional when it comes to customer service.
Your company name.
As per sample, we don't limit our clients to the color chart. We go way ahead past that and give you what you want. And we've also innovated our packaging, which is multi-purpose. When you remove the paint, you can still use it for other purposes. Like I mentioned earlier, we are growing organically, and we've seen this growth in both production capacity and revenue. And our biggest goal is to reach 149 USD in terms of sales revenue. and we want to see our production capacity grow in the year 2030 up to 3 million tons of paint, that is per product, per batch, per day, if possible twice a day. We are raising and we are looking for 53 USD. We are willing to give out 28% equity shareholding, and we want to use this money to upgrade the equipments that we have and also our processes. We want to scale manufacturing capacity. We want to maintain the product consistency and the quality. We want to invest in technology because in the industry in which we operate, it is highly competitive and there are so many changing trends every day, so we need to stay awake and updated. And how we shall know we are doing it, it will be growth in revenue. We shall move away from the 1% share on the market to a bigger shareholding, and then customer satisfaction and, of course, employee engagement. I do not work alone. We're a team of 9 full-time employees and an advisory board of 7. This team is highly qualified and very experienced with over 10 years in business management, public relations, paint production, procurement, finance and accounts, and of course, marketing and sales. These are the people who have given us their money so far, and plus other individuals that I have not mentioned. And the door is very open for all of you to come and partner with us, support us, make us be your next paint supplier on your next project. I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Panelists, do you have a question for Gordy Coatings?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, but this is the whole group presentation, so you have to get into the like small group. And actually, I will divide you as a small group. Just please wait for a second. Okay, sorry, Gordy Coatings. There is like kind of, you know. Okay, so do you have a questions, Panners? The group B Panners, do you have a question?
Actually, we had a discussion with Goldie, so we did a lot. So we don't have any questions right now.
Okay, I see.
I wanted to say that I like your logo. It's very nice, and maybe. But I thought that I think that the market size is wrongly estimated because Sam and Tom is exactly same in the presentation. So maybe I think you needed to check. And I want to ask, how did you estimate the market size?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. How did you estimate the market size?
For us to come up with the 1%, we've used the reports from UBOS. They've just conducted census here.
I'm sorry, the volume is too low. We cannot hear you.
I was saying.
We cannot hear you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So for us to come up with the 1% market share that we own, we've considered the report from UBOS, from the recently conducted census, which predicts that the paint, coatings, and interior design market in Greater Kampala Metropolitan currently is at 0.5 billion, and us being in that region, we've only been able to obtain 1% out of it.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for your presentation and answer. And next one is Anchor Machine.
Anchor machines. Come.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Valiwano. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Anchor Machines. What we do at Anchor Machines is we provide digital access to construction equipment. That is earth-moving equipment such as graders, rollers, excavators, and the like. By 2050, over 1.5 billion Africans will be living in cities. And that is already happening. Many Africans are having to move to cities. African governments are having to spend in excess of 100 billion US dollars per year to expand on the facilities. These are the buildings, roads, bridges, and the like. And in order to take advantage of this, efficient companies will be the ones to take on such contracts. How do efficient companies operate? They drive down their cost of production by they drive down their cost of production, and that is how they're able to drive up their profit margins. And the major costs include materials, equipment, and labor. 50% of project costs goes towards hiring of construction equipment. And this is because most contractors in Africa do not own their entire fleet of construction equipment. So they opt to hire from each other the few available resources. Unfortunately, that practice is quite erudite and very traditional. One has to place several phone calls, go doing physical searches in order to find a machine that they need. It ends up taking them an average of 3 days for one to source for a machine that they need. And a project takes an average of about 15 machines. So with these 3 days, aggregately, they end up losing about 200 million US dollars per year in just these project delays as a result of that. So market leaders utilize technology to drive the cost down, and that's the Internet of Things. Now, we've been able to ride the wave and design a solution which is called the Anchor Machines application. We use GPS-enabled systems in our application to source for real-time locations of these machines across the entire country. One is able to tap into our application. They'll view the specs of the machines, the pricing of these machines, and place the order, and the machine is able to be delivered to them within 24 hours. This is able to make them 50% more efficient than they were before. Before, one had to call middlemen, wait for the reply, see what's available, wait for the machine to arrive. Some other times, the wrong machine has arrived, it has broken down, and well, those are losses when you're at a construction site. Right now, you just open the application, browse the different options, pay for the usage, and it's delivered to you within 24 hours. So that is what we do. We provide you with the closest machines in your radius, and how we're able to make money off the platform is that we charge a commission of 10% off every machine rental that occurs on the platform, and that is an average of $22 per machine rental. The average hire rate is about $220 for every rental that occurs on the platform. Now, ever since we started full operations in 2023, we've had in excess of 10,000 machine rentals on the platform. We've generated about 300K in revenue, and we have about 500 machines on the platform. We've been able to partner with 2 multinationals, and we're now raising some funding to run us for the next 12 months and be able to hit greater margins. Our product roadmap, this is our product roadmap for the next 18 months, so that we make the user experience more efficient and more friendly for our users. We can proceed to the next slide. These are our projections, and these are projections that are running from our starting market in Uganda, and then in the next 2 years to 3 years, we expand to the East African countries of Kenya, Tanzania, and later on also including Ethiopia before we're able to scale to the African continent, because what we're facing here is what everyone is facing. We have the first mover advantage, as this is arguably the first platform of its kind in East Africa and Africa. This is the market size that we have. We use the same technology, replicate it across the other markets. The serviceable obtainable market in Uganda is 132 million US dollars. That is the gross merchandise value. And East Africa represents 2.6 billion US dollars, with Africa going for 7.9 billion US dollars. I lead a team of 3 other co-founders, including a CTO, and together we have in excess of 54 years experience in the fields of construction, law, marketing, logistics, and software development. Basically, we're building the Airbnb of construction in Africa. And we welcome any of you to join us in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, do you have a question for Anchor Machine? Hansung, do you have any question for Anchor Machine?
Is that for me?
So I am Hansong, and so because my profession is a lawyer, I had some questions about the insurance aspect of this platform. So if someone utilizes an equipment or service through your platform, and if something goes wrong, it could lead to a huge loss or liability. And how would you be able to deal with such a huge liability, potential liability, through your platform? Or I mean, would there be some insurance arrangement built into your system?
Thank you. Yeah, the responsibility of these machines lies primarily with the machine owners. They come with their owner operators. They are responsible for fixing them. And yes, in case of any breakdowns or any of those issues, they're supposed to rectify them within 24 hours. And yes, we provide a guarantee of up to $5,000 in case of such breakdowns. But nevertheless, we still take on the machine owner for them to place the refund. And we have a rating system on the platform in case of such issues. But what we're doing is we're merely digitizing what is already happening in the market, and we're bringing some technology to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions? Okay, actually time's up, so that's it for today. Thank you for your presentation. And next one is Smart.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elvis Kadama, co-founder and CEO at Ysau Africa. We are a digital platform for agricultural inputs and services extended to smallholder farmers across Uganda. Meet Kauma Monica. She's one of the 87% of the 18.2 million smallholder farmers that face limited access to agricultural inputs like seeds, fertilizers, pesticides. To access these inputs, they have to travel between 5 to 10 kilometers to access the trading centers where agro input shops are located. This puts her life on risk and is costly when it comes to transportation. She lacked agricultural information on how to apply fertilizers, pesticides, and also to manage pesticide diseases on her farm. This limits her productivity. We developed a solution, an e-commerce platform that enables Kauma Monica to access all farm inputs in one place. She orders the inputs in the comfort of her home, and we get them delivered. Our platform enables her to reduce risks of transport, costs on travel.
Oh, I'm sorry, but the volume is too low. Please check.
I beg your pardon?
It's still low. It's still too low. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's still small. So can you just like volume off a little bit?
Hello? How about there?
Oh yeah, it's better. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we developed an e-commerce platform that enables Kauma Monica to...
Yeah, and can you just like move into the previous page? Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Can you do it again? Because like the volume was too small, so
Okay.
it's better to
Solution slide?
yes, explain it again.
Okay. We developed an e-commerce platform that enables farmers like Kauma Monica to access inputs in one place. She places the order from the comfort of her home, and we get these inputs delivered. The platform enables her to reduce costs on travel and risks that she finds while trying to access the inputs. She gets information about how to use the seeds, the fertilizers, and how to apply pesticides to manage her farm. Next slide. We are targeting the Ugandan market, which has over 70% of the population employed in the agriculture market. And as per the Food and Agriculture Organization 2023, it projects that the food and agriculture market is projected to be at $3.9 billion US, and Isemat targets 50% of the total available market, which is $1.9 billion US, and the market we can serve is only 20%, which gives us $390 million US. Next slide. We are a profit-making business, and we sell these inputs directly to smallholder farmers. We purchase them from the suppliers and manufacturers. We add the markup and sell directly to smallholder farmers. Our profit margins ranges between 33% to 45% per product. We have achieved some traction since we launched in 2022, and 2023 alone, we served 2,100 smallholder farmers. We were able to make $25,000 US in revenue and generated $22,000 US in both grants and loan. 2024, we've been able to serve 3,000 smallholder farmers, 3,000 smallholder farmers, and we've been able to raise $15,000 US in a grant and sign 2 MOUs with NGOs that are working in smallholder farmers. Our financial projections, we hope to increase our revenues by increasing partnerships with NGOs, farmers cooperatives, and farmers groups. And by 2029, we expect to increase our revenue to $450,000 US. Next slide. We have success stories from our farmer, Kauma Monica. We've helped her to increase her maize production from 300 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms per acre, beans from 50 kilograms to 300 kilograms per acre. She's now able to receive information, agronomy information on her phone, access to market for her produce, as well as accessing agricultural extension services virtually and physically on her farm. This is the team with over 18 years plus experience in sustainable agriculture, innovation, research and development, information technology, and crop management, as well as sales and marketing. We are currently raising $120,000 US, and this money is going to be invested in product development. We want to integrate API and develop a mobile application which will enable farmers to seemingly solve their problems, increase on marketing and sales, infrastructure and operations, as well as expanding and grow our market reach to other new markets. Currently, join us and invest in us to walk this journey through to empower 1 million smallholder farmers that will enable us to feed the next generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Panelists, do you have a question for the SMART?
How many products do you currently sell, and what's your sales margin?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear. Kindly repeat the question.
Oh, how many products do you currently sell on your homepage, on your website?
The products? On our website, we have up to 30 products on our website.
30?
30.
Okay, and what's your sales margin currently?
Repeat the question.
Yeah, 소리 안 들려?
The sales margin is between 33%.
What's your sales margin?
The sales margin is between 33% to 45% per product.
Elvis, thank you for your good presentation. According to your pitching deck, maybe you will achieve 550,000 USD sales revenue, but I think it's not enough to be the public company. So maybe, so how? What do you think about that opinion?
Repeat the question. I didn't get it clear.
Okay. According to your pitching deck, you will achieve 550,000 USD in sales revenue in maybe in 5 years, maybe. As I remember, in 2028 or 2029. Is that right?
Yes.
In my personal opinion, I think it's not enough to be the public company that you want to be. So, what do you think about that opinion? You see what I mean?
Do
you think that's enough? You think that's enough sales volume to be the public company? That I think 450,000 USD sales revenue is not that much.
Okay, so
I've got a question.
if you can answer his question, then just send him an email. Okay, so actually the time is up, so I think we have to move on to the next team. So thank you for asking, Art, and thank you for the Q&A session too. And next team is Kara.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geoffrey. I run a startup called Kara. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm sure you've seen bicycles, but you've probably never seen this bicycle model anywhere in Korea, because that bicycle model is 100 years old. And it's typically the bicycle that you'd find in most African villages, because it's very durable. It's able to carry all those bananas. And it's also very easy to service. Next slide. This bicycle is basically used for a bunch of things. It's used to carry milk, it's used to transport FMCG products like beer and soda, and it's also used for transporting confectionery. Next. But improving this bicycle to make it more productive would mean, of course, introducing an electric version of that bicycle, right? So a bicycle like what you see on the screen currently would cost anywhere between $1,000 to $3,000. It would be very expensive to buy, first of all, and very difficult to service. And also, I don't think that bicycle looks like it can carry a lot of cargo. And these are most of the bicycles that are manufactured, the electric bicycles that are manufactured for most of the world. Next. So what we've basically built is a conversion kit that can convert any bicycle in Africa to electric in just 10 minutes. So we install a conversion kit on any bicycle supported with supported manufacturers that we've already designed or co-designed with. And this requires no technical expertise. It can either be done in the factory, in a shop, or in a user's home. Next slide. And some of the bicycles powered by Kara are, the Buffalo bicycle and the Ref bicycle and the AfriCruise bicycle. And by electrifying these bicycles, we're able to enable the bicycle go for about 120 kilometers range and travel for 32 kilometers on 32 kilometers per hour top speed. But we've also built something that is not available in most of the traditional bicycles, which is a smart and integrated controller that enables you to have the benefits of the modern e-bike with the robustness and the simplicity of a bicycle built for Africa. Next. Those are some of the other models. Next. And we also have a mobile app that's used by the riders to track data on their bike, and also has a smart assist system that enables them get the optimal range for what they're doing, plus a GPS tracking system for them to be able to track their bicycle if it's lost, or for asset financiers to know where it is. Next. And we're targeting a $25 billion market, but just East Africa alone is a $400 million last mile delivery market. And with this, we're able to scale into most of the other regions like West Africa and Southern Africa. Next. So we're not doing this for the first time. There are companies all over the world that have done this. If you look at the examples on the screen, Kia made Korea's first bicycle. It was in 1951, and it was able to be electrified, or, well, not electrified, but converted to move faster by companies like Suzuki and Honda, which actually started out making conversion kits. Well, not electric, but fuel-powered gasoline kits. And this has been a path that most of these companies have taken. Next. So we sell our conversion kit for $318, and an electrified bicycle starts at about $670 at a retail price. We've so far made about $60,000 in revenue this year alone, and we have sold about 120 e-bike kits year to date. Next. Yeah, we have a team with a combined experience of about 25 years in both manufacturing, B2B sales, and product design. Next. And we're not just looking for financing, we're also looking at partnerships with battery manufacturers, so any Korean battery manufacturers or any Asian battery manufacturers in general, because one of our primary inputs is batteries. We are also looking to partner with go-to-market partners, so we're looking for more bicycle manufacturers to co-design with and expand our product portfolio, plus asset financiers that can essentially provide asset financing to our customers. In terms of financing, we need about $250,000, and this will get us to about 1,000 bikes next year, or 1,000 conversion kits next year, and a revenue of about $400,000 to $500,000. Next. Yeah, so in case you want to reach out, that's my email, and looking to hear some more questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Panelists, do you have a question for Kara?
Yeah, let me jump in. A great presentation, and it's an interesting project for sure. First of all, I want to say that a lot of Koreans do ride bicycles that you showed in your presentation. So, especially in the rural areas. My second point is this conversion kit. It's the idea that has been around for such a long time, and it's not only in Uganda or in Africa that the people are interested in this conversion kit. It's just that there are, some limitations. I mean, I am interested in having something like this. It's just that at the end of the day, it's how the question is how durable, how what type of performance it generates, and how competitive it is technologically and economically. So compared to other conversion kits worldwide, have you? What's your comparison and insight?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And yeah, in case you want to buy a conversion kit, we can talk after this. So our conversion kit, we're designing our conversion kit mostly for the African market. Because in Africa, for example, the average conversion kit, even globally, the average conversion kit is, between 8 to 15 parts. So you have an e-brake sensor, you have a controller cable, you have a lot of connections, right? Our conversion kit is just 3 parts. And what that does, it makes it very simple to, one, convert, and also makes it very simple to service. So serviceability is one of the major things. Second is really durability, because you're pretty much operating in resource-limited areas with very bad roads in many cases, you need a conversion kit that's going to be durable and is going to last long. So some of the interesting things we're doing with our motors, for example, is changing the bearings and ensuring that these bearings are able to last longer and are at least service-free for the first 20,000 kilometers. Whereas most of the other motors, by the time you're doing 10,000 kilometers, you already need to replace the bearings. So we're making a lot of micro improvements on the structural side, but we also have a lot of software improvements. So in Africa alone, we have, for the same size of battery, we're able to achieve about 30 to 50 kilometers more than all our competitors, because we've specifically designed our e-bike controller to cover as much distance with a very small battery size. So we're then able to offer a cheaper battery and also a more efficient battery, because you don't have a lot of electricity in most of these areas. So the more efficient the system is, the better it is for this type of market. So we've made a lot of micro improvements, but yeah, happy to chat offline and I'll tell you more. Thanks. Is that all?
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next one is Haisho. Please start.
More encouragement.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Gideon, the founder and CEO of Haishule. So science is hard for so many learners across Africa. And the reason why it's hard is because most of them don't get the opportunity to study science effectively. Some of them rarely do experiments. Science is so abstract for them because they don't get an opportunity to visualize these concepts while in the classroom. So our goal at Haishule is to simplify science learning across secondary schools. Next slide. So the biggest problem many schools are facing while teaching science is that they have limited resources. they have limited resources to teach science in school, and they don't really have enough resources to do audiovisual learning within their classrooms. So we have designed solutions. Our main solution is that we have created digital content. The digital content we have created is in form of animations. So these animations, we have experiments which the students don't have an opportunity to do in classrooms. So we have designed them so that we can illustrate them, and students at least can get an idea of what the experiment looks like. And we have also designed animations that relate real-life applications to the concepts the students are learning. The other thing we have done is that some of the most abstract concepts, we have tried to make sure that we visualize them. The other thing we have done is that we have a low-cost smart box, which can be easily used by schools to integrate audiovisual learning within the classrooms. And we have also designed a student workbook to allow teachers to easily engage with this, teachers and students to easily engage with this digital content we have created. So our journey started in 2019, and we happened to, that's when we thought about starting this. And in 2022, that's when we ran our pilot. However, we have just launched in 2024, and we have managed to onboard more than 45 schools. Next slide. So this is an interesting opportunity for EdTech right now, because first of all, the government has started implementing the new curriculum. The other thing is that the cost of gadgets is increasing, so parents can afford some of these gadgets for their learners. And most schools, actually recently, government has released regulation for use of gadgets within schools, and some schools had already started allowing gadgets within schools. So that presents a good opportunity for us. Next slide. So we have about 4 products. So we have the Shule Box. The Shule Box is simply a smart box with our app. So this Shule Box, it allows teachers to access our content library offline without the need for internet. And we also have the student workbook. We are currently working on a student app for the students. And we also have the Shule Lite, which enables audiovisual learning in very remote areas, especially areas without both electricity and internet. Next slide. So the total addressable market is about $463 million for EdTech. This includes both primary and secondary schools. However, our total serviceable market we are looking at is about $15 million, where we are focusing on about 3,000 secondary schools and about 300K learners. Next slide. So our business model is quite simple. So we have a smart box, which is preloaded with content. Actually, even schools can download their own content. So it has our app. It's preloaded with the content, so which can be accessed offline by teachers within a classroom, and it's quite easy to set up. You simply plug in with an HDMI and you're good to go. And teachers can easily use a remote to navigate the platform. So even with those teachers who have never used a computer, teachers who are not so confident using a computer in front of students, they can easily use our platform and integrate audiovisual learning within their classrooms. So we also sell student workbooks at a wholesale price of $3.5. So for the smart box, for the Shule Box, we sell it for $235, and schools can do continuous upgrades for $55. We also retail the student workbook for $4.2, and we are targeting a subscription of $10 per year for students. So our team has a combined experience of about 39 years. I have a science background. I also have experience in doing graphics and animation. My co-founder, Nicholas, has experience in marketing. And we also have Bella, who's working as a consultant. And she has she has experience in building edtech startups. So with financing, we expect to make more than 100,000 in 2025 in revenue, but by 2026 we expect to make about 206,000 in revenue. Next slide. So in terms of competition, so our biggest strength is that our content is curriculum aligned, and we are focusing in this new curriculum, which schools are trying to adopt to. Our product easily integrates into the classroom. Why this is important is that for most secondary schools, they're boarding schools, and most of the learning is done when they're during the 9-month period when they're in school. So it's very important to integrate this technology within the classrooms and later on within the schools which they are in, the boarding schools, instead of trying to focus on technology which is working during only holiday where they do learning for about a month. So our product is quite affordable. Our competitors are not, their products don't easily integrate with the classroom except for ULesson. It has a product which integrates within the classroom quite easily. And in terms of curriculum alignment, most of them are not currently curriculum aligned. Next slide. So we are asking for $50,000, and most of this money is going towards content development, and some of it is going towards app development, and 13% is for operations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Heathers, do you have a question? No, actually, we are ran out of time. So if you have any more questions, please contact Haisho personally. Do you have a question, Hansel?
Quick comment.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So because I was assigned to the one-on-one meeting with Haisho, I did ask a lot of questions, and I have one last comment for Haisho. So a lot of Korean edtech companies are interested in going global and working with global partners, and I think you could find some Korean edtech companies, assisting you to develop your contents rapidly. And there is this Korean ODA program called KOIKA, and through this KOIKA program, maybe you could build this content generation partnership with Korean companies, and get some help from the Korean KOIKA program.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to follow up on that because content is our biggest problem. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Hansel. And last one, Safe Bengal.
Good morning. Just to confirm, can you hear me? Online. Thank you. I want to tell you a story about Akelo, a 12-year-old girl living in Kampala. Akelo wakes up every day at 6 to go to school. She has to walk 45 minutes to reach her school. She has to move 45 minutes every day to go at school, but on her way, she always in fear. Just recently, one of her friends was kidnapped, and the police took over 45 minutes to respond. Unfortunately, she did not return home. Akelo's story is not unique. Globally, 1 in 3 women will experience physical violence at some point in their life. The economic cost is actually too high, where we are spending over $1.5 trillion when it comes to economic loss. In crisis situations, the emergency responders usually take over 45 minutes to come, and those who are actually wealthy and they are well off, they are able to afford the private security, leaving very many vulnerable communities to have the basic safety devices. And at Safe Bango Technologies, we have developed a wearable safety tool. It is very cheap to the extent that it costs only $30. That provides real tracking and allows that next of kin to know where the person is in 5 minutes. Next slide, please. When you need a Safe Bango bracelet, you just have to give us three all-night trusted next of kin. And these are the people who you believe that they will be there for you. And when you have an emergency, you press it for 5 seconds, it collects the physical location of where you are and sends it to those people. These are the people who actually coordinate your rescue in less than 5 minutes. Next slide, please. The Safe Bango bracelet is very different because it is a one-touch. You can easily customize it to the already existing, so people cannot easily know that you already have it. It has what we call the trust light, which does not expose you to other people, that whenever you have an emergency, you can easily activate it and send the silent. And then lastly, the user doesn't have to use internet. So, next slide, please. Behind the Safe Bango bracelet is our interactive web platform, which helps the user to change their contact of kin in case they leave one region to go to another one. And besides, we use this interactive web system to go ahead and identify the black spots of where the people are. And lastly, we are able to use this system to go ahead and customize the different alerts as well as the different languages for the different users. We price our Safe Bango at only $30, and we have made it very easy that if you have $10 at start, you can come and own one, and then you go start using it, and then the rest is paid. After every 1 month, you are able to pay $3 as a monthly subscription, and all the people who are behind you, they are able to receive an alert in case we have a riot in Kampala, so they will be benefiting for safety just for you to having a bracelet. Next one. Over the past 5 years, we have managed to pilot our innovation to over 1,000 people, and currently I'm happy to say that we have 72 active users who are protected by this Safe Bango bracelet, and in last year we managed to solve 19 cases, and these were in Nakawa and Kawempe divisions, and currently we have been able to bring on 9 international and local partners who are helping us to take out Safe Bango to the community, and we have been able to raise over 60,000. The global personal safety device is at 6.6 billion, and here in East Africa, we have a serviceable market of 1.6 billion, and in Uganda, we are target school-going children, the working women, as well as the corporate partners, which are actually approximately to 160 million. Next, please. With our current capacity, we foresee to give out in the next 5 years at least 16,000 Safe Bango bracelet. That is the business to consumer, and the B2B for corporates, we are planning to give out at least 6,000 bracelets. Next one. I'm here today looking for $100,000 to help us scale Safe Bango so that it can actually reach out to very many people. And we are planning to use this to set up systems so that other people out there who we cannot reach, they are able to get the bracelets. We are planning to set up a bigger manufacturing in terms of inventory so that we can easily reduce the price, but also go ahead and make it the delivery shorter and better. We also plan to use part of the money on sales and marketing so that we can reach more people. Next, please. We are not the only people who are doing this. We have mobile apps like Tuyambeba Mama, personal alarms, as well as security services. However, these are very, very expensive. They require you to have internet all the time, which is actually very hard. And then most of them, they don't have to work offline, just like our Safe Bango bracelet. Next slide, please. Our team has 25 years of combined experience, and we are all passionate about safety for individuals. And one of our team members, having experienced this, he has been able to put together a team which is still growing. We also work with advisors. Next slide.
Okay. Do you have more presentation because time is up?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's all. Okay, so do you have a question, panelists? Just keep question.
Yeah, I have a question. It's about this. I just wondering, what's your approach to managing manufacturing costs while keeping the product affordable? And the second one is, how does your technology perform in low internet and connection area? And what alternatives do you have if the technology face connectivity challenges?
Could you please come again, the first question? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I mean is that how do you cut the cost manufacturing?
Yeah, so how we have been able to cut the cost right now is we buy a lot of the electronics in large amounts. And then the second one is we are trying to do the manufacturing ourselves so that we remove out the other people in the ecosystem. The second question, please.
Okay, yeah. That's all for today. Okay, thank you. Thank you for preparing all of this and present in front of the people. I know it's not easy, but I think it could be helpful to like face this kind of thing, can grow you up, I think. And thank you for all of the vendors in Korea who participate in this event. Valerio, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any like comments of all of this event?
No, I was going to let Teddy do the final comments.
Oh yeah, Eddie, please. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our startups. A fantastic session of pitching. We would like to also thank our partners and investors in South Korea for joining us in their afternoon, our morning. Thank you for all of the efforts and the interest in actually in these startups and the innovation. I think to all the innovators in the room, you can see we have a global audience of potential partners, of potential customers, of potential investors. So this should help you think a little bit differently about how you build your startups. When we are talking about SOM, SAM, and TAM in the acceleration period, this is what we're talking about. Don't just think about just Kampala as your market. Don't think about Uganda as just your market. You have East Africa, the globe, the Asian markets are also available to you. So we want you to open your eyes to the international market about the scale at which you can actually get. I have a favorite quote that I like to say, that if the size of your potential market doesn't scare you, you are not thinking big enough. So I appreciate all of those investors that have joined us this morning. And all of the guidance that you've been able to provide to our startups. We hope that you continue to partner with us at YSAU and Hive Collab as we continue to accelerate a lot more founders with global ambitions. And I hope the Korean markets becomes almost as a primary market for all of our startups. One more time, please, those in the room, a big round of applause and a thank you to our partners in Korea.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, and in our side, I think Han-sung, can you comment of this event and tell us about a little bit of you and your company?
All right. I'm Han-sung, and I used to work with Ashley at one of the startups. So after working for a law firm and for Samsung Electronics as in-house counsel, I joined the Korea's I joined Korea's startup ecosystem. I worked for 3 Korean startups, mainly in the edutech area. So each country has its own unique problems, and I do believe that the startups, with their innovations and with their nimbleness, are at the forefront of tackling these issues. And I'm sure Uganda has its own issues and problems, and I salute and I congratulate all of you for trying to tackle your own countries and your community's issues in your own way. And I understand that this is a beginning, a step in making the partnership between the 2 countries' startup ecosystem. And thank you, Ashley, for inviting us and having us listen to some of your ideas. And we are hoping that there would be more of these events, so there could be more of communication and partnership and mutual respect among different startups, and also startups supporting organizations like us.
Thank you for your comments. And I know there is like a little bit longer than we expected, but just a quick comment of the MISC. Is it okay? Because like they're doing COICA program, but the like sit about the name of the city is. So just please comment of this event a little bit.
Yes, MISC is now participated in CTS, Creative Technology Solution Program, which is held by the Korean government, the COICA, and many of the Korean startups is now participated in this program, and they are developing their businesses in the Africa and other Asian countries. And we are helping them and to expand their businesses in the developing countries. So I think there will be great opportunities for all of the startups to giving us our pitching today with the Korean startups we are now helping. So if there is any opportunity, then I will let the administration here, the staffs and leaders here, and then we will look forward to work together with the Korean startups and the local business startups in Uganda.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I think that's all for this event. Eddie and Valerio, is it okay to end up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today and really providing some meaningful feedback to our startups. As our guests in Korea leave, please, ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for them for joining us and the assistance that they have been able to provide. Ashley, thank you so much for leading the group for us. As we continue for today, we're going to take a quick break. Yeah, Korea, you can sign out. You can sign out. Thank you so much. As we continue, we're going to take a quick break for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to come back for a panel, keynote discussion on angel investing opportunities in Uganda. Please kindly join us shortly. Tea and refreshments are ready. Bathrooms are just here to the side. Yeah, so the day continues. A quick change on the schedule. We were supposed to be pitching later this afternoon, but we have moved the pitching to between 12 and 1 p.m. I think all of those that are selected for pitching have been already notified. Please note the schedule and ensure that you have sent in your latest pitch decks to the YSAU team so that they can have those up and ready please ensure you know that you know the order in which you're pitching and make sure that you are present in the room. So without further ado, kindly, let's take a quick break for about 15 minutes and we'll come back.
A creation bow before you. Lord, I praise you, magnify you. You're the glory in my soul. Lord, I worship, yes, I worship. You are the living God. Alpha and Omega. Hey, Alpha and Omega. Alpha and Omega. I worship you today. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Alpha and Omega. Yes, I worship you. I lift my voice to you. There is no my beautifier. You've taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. You made my life so beautiful. My beautifier. You've taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. You made me just like you. My beautifier. You've taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. You made my life so beautiful. My beautifier. You've taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. You made me just like you. My beautifier. My beautifier. You have taken away the shame. You've taken away the pain. Made my life so beautiful. My beautifier. Taking away the shame. Taking away, yeah. Just like you, Jesus. My beautifier. My beautifier. You have taken away the shame. Taken away, yeah. Made my life so beautiful. My beautifier. Taking away the shame. Taking away. Make me just like you.
So this is what we're gonna do today. And if you have any questions for this,
No.
no, okay. Somebody answer me. Thank you very much. I just feel nobody is here. Okay, so just feel free to ask anything if you want to know or if you.
Just like you. In glory and in splendor, just like you. In riches and in honor, yeah. Taking away the shame. Made me just like you. Just like you, Jesus. You've taken away the pain. That's what you did, Jesus. And just like you, yeah, yeah. Woo. You've taken away the shame. Made me just like you. My beautifier. You have taken away the shame. Taken away the I'm so grateful, Jesus. You are my beautifier. Taking away the shame. Taking away. Made me just like you. Just like you, yeah. My life is so beautiful, yeah. You've given me a glorious life. power belongs to you. Everybody say, power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Heaven, all power belongs to you. It all belongs to you. Power belongs to you. It all belongs to you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back from the break. We're going to go right quickly into the next session. We have a panel discussion on angel investing opportunities in Uganda. We have an excellent panel for you to give us insight into the pathways for attracting investment, as well as for those investors, the opportunities in Uganda's emerging digital economies, as well as the broader market. Give us a few minutes while we get the speakers into the room, as well as everyone coming back from break, and we shall continue the conversation. So just give us a few, 2-3 minutes, and then we'll get started.
Hello. Hello.
All right, good morning once again, and welcome back from the break. For those of us who are still getting a cup of coffee, please begin to make your way back in so that we can proceed with our panel discussion, and then that will slowly usher us into another session of pitches, I believe. But let's get back in. For those of us who are in the lobby, if you can hear me and you're outside the room, please make your way back in so that we can get started with our panel discussion for this morning. We have a lineup of some very serious people who are going to really help us to dissect the angel investment landscape in Uganda. So you don't want to miss that. And without really any further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce this panel discussion. But I'll just give you a minute to get back in, take up your seat, and then we will get started. Okay, so this next panel discussion, I'm just going to give a quick intro, and then I'm going to invite the moderator for this session, and then she will call to the stage our panelists, and we will get started. So, Madam Moderator, I hope you have the list of your panelists, but I think I can help you do that as well. But this panel really is focused on the angel investing in Uganda, and really helping us understand the opportunities and challenges that in this particular space. Now, Uganda's startup ecosystem is evolving, and angel investing has become a crucial mechanism to fuel growth and innovation. And this panel will really focus on, like I said, really helping us to appreciate the opportunities, but also shedding light on some of the challenges of angel investing in Uganda, particularly, especially as the YSA Uganda project attracts greater investor interest. Yesterday, we witnessed a signing of a major investment deal from one of the VCs coming from Korea, but we want to see what can local investors who are in Uganda do to really make it easier for even those who are coming from outside to then follow on with additional investments. So the panelists are going to discuss how these local and international angel investors can support early-stage Ugandan startups especially, the potential financial and social returns, as well as the barriers that may discourage investors' involvement. And I think this is very key for our startups to understand, especially really in terms of the expectations of investors. And the conversation will also address the impact of course, YSA in Uganda, connecting startups to angel investors, but also encouraging investments that drive job creation and economic empowerment. And with that, allow me invite to the stage our moderator, coming from Open Capital Advisors, and that is none other than Gloria Okiro. Let's give it up for Gloria as she introduces our panelists. Yeah, I think it's enough seats for everyone. Do you have the list for
everyone? Good morning. I think we've had breakfast, so we should be a little louder than that. Good morning, everyone. Morning. So just to kick us off, I know we're a bit short on time. I'd like to start by inviting our panelists. I think from IAFCA, Leonard Businje, who is the country coordinator, is in the room. Then Dorcas Nabwire, investment analyst at Inua Capital. Matthias Moebas, you're going to forgive me if I've said the name wrong, who's a member of UBAN, which is Uganda Business Angel Network. And lastly, but not least, Eric Obura, an investment associate at Inua Capital. Noted. First of all, thank you, Rob. I think Bob has given us a quick highlight of angel investing. But just before we even kick it off, to highlight an angel investor is an individual who provides financial and non-financial support to business networks for small businesses, for startups, in exchange for potential future returns. I think that's the conversation we are going to be gearing towards today. I definitely feel the panelists have had ample time and experience in the ecosystem to be able to share with us very good insights into what exactly is happening there and how those conversations are going. So just to kick it off, we are just going to start by understanding what the current ecosystem or landscape of angel investing looks like right now. It could be a new word for some of us in the room. That's why I started with a small introduction. But happy to hear from the panelists today. What does angel investing look like in Uganda right now? And what role can we play in scaling it up? In scaling up the startups? Matthias?
I could start. I think it's very non-formal and very fragmented and very much on a one-on-one basis. I mean, the angel investing that's happening right now that we see when we talk to founders at different stages is basically founders through their networks finding individuals who would deploy some money. So it's very unorganized and unstructured. And I think this is pretty normal at this stage in the ecosystem. And so it's really founders having to rely on the networks that they have and that they are building. This is still how it's looking like. And I think it's a two-sided problem. On the one hand, it's a problem that comes from the little pipeline that we see and the very, very early stage companies mostly in the ecosystem that still maybe are super risky or have a lot to do to find enough confidence from some investors. And then also from the investor side, there's not many people. Of course, we don't have really a base of exited founders here, so it's mostly professionals in larger companies, in corporates, or founders, former founders who are a bit more senior and have come to some money. So there are not many angels. That's also a big problem. So that's in brief what I've observed.
I have to agree with Matthias. I think it's still quite fragmented. I know there's been efforts to try and organize, but typically an angel investor is someone who is investing for the love of maybe the idea, or maybe it's because they've had a good conversation. Like today, I could meet one of the investees or startups in the room, and then we get a conversation going. So typically, I think by default it's unstructured, but naturally as the ecosystem grows, there will be need to formalize those conversations. I think at the Innovation Village, they tried to do the Kampala Angel Network, and even then that hasn't gathered too much traction. Because, people who are typically angel investors, they like to do their things, maybe not in the public eye. They like to do it, behind closed doors. So it's still work in progress, I would say.
Yeah, I think you're right when you speak about, when both of you are speaking about the nascency that is within our ecosystem in general. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Still can't hear me? Okay. I'm just trying to ensure I'm loud enough for everyone. I think of course, the ecosystem is quite nascent right now, just given the scale, the growing that's happening within the startup ecosystem right now. Just to pose this question to the team at Inua Capital, how have you guys seen this evolve over time? Just like, how does it look now, and where do we see that going?
I'll start. Thank you for allowing us to come and actually talk to you. So ideally what Inua Capital does is invest in growth stage businesses, but we meet a lot of startups that actually need the angel investors. And it is really in the name. Angel investors are people that basically give a miracle to your business. What we've seen, because our ecosystem is still young and people do not understand that, angel investors are basically what you would call, maybe might not be high net worth individuals, but anyone that can give money to your business and any other kind of support to take you to the next level of growth where someone else can get interested in your business and scale you from that stage. But what we've seen is that even the people that could potentially give startups the money do not understand how angel investing works. So they are expecting the person going to ask for the investment from the angel investor knows basically, because even the startups that know that angel investing exists are very few. So you are basically very lucky if you're a startup to be here and know about this. So the person goes to the angel investor to ask them for an investment. But to be quite honest, you will be seen as a thief in our economy, most people, because there is a lot of ignorance that surrounds angel investing, like a person will look at you and assume you're just asking for money to take it elsewhere. And the struggles of startups in our ecosystem are also known. So when you meet an individual that basically has money, it takes a lot to convince them. And even where it has happened that a person has actually given a startup some capital to start with, it has been because that person has an interest in that specific sector that they are investing in. So ideally, in the larger markets, you basically have individuals that you know. If I have a startup and I believe in it, I can go convince this person. But in our ecosystem, you're not going to get that. Really, it is going to be the people that are going to be in the investing world that will know about it, and because they've made some little money, they are interested in you, and therefore, they can give you the capital to start and basically the advice. But it is going to take us years to get to a level where angel investing is, there is an ecosystem of people that you can go to. But at this moment, we are still growing and we are looking up to it.
Noted. Thank you so much, Tim. And I think just makes me think of something I once had where, you know, for startups in our ecosystem, when we're thinking about it more broadly, there are apparently 3 sets of people who invest in startups. One is family, 2 is friends. So those are also examples of angel investors. Then the third one is fools, but we will leave that to...
And actually, maybe just to pick up on that, many times when we think, and this is to the startups here, when you hear this word angel investing, you start to scramble, where can I find these quote-unquote angels? And yet, those are really the first category of people you should be looking at. Pitch your idea to your friends, pitch your idea to your family. You know, those are the first people who write that check. It may not be, they may not carry the business card that says angel investor, but they are your angel investors at that point. And also, yes, the fools as well, you know. Those who think that they're going to invest in your business and within 2 days they're going to have the next unicorn, you know. Those are people who write that first check that will help you maybe meet your DevOps costs or whatever it could be to push your innovation.
Yeah, I think let me chime in as well. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So generally, just to really pick up from where Leonard has left, you will recognize purely from a definition point of view that, yes, friends and family are your first point of capital, including savings. But I do believe for especially a lot of the businesses in this room, you've probably exhausted that channel, and now you need the next stage of capital, which will come from an angel because you're probably still getting that product market fit, and you know you're not yet at that level where, say, a corporate partner is able to, you know, take you from a validated business model, you know, and scale from there. So just to really underpin what my fellow panelists have been sharing is when you look at the more developed markets, which we are generally aspiring to, I think we've built a strong ecosystem in entrepreneur support, including the Youth Startup Academy, you know, led by Hive Collab and very many others. And so that corporate angel investor is probably what's missing. We have a couple of venture capital firms, but angel would probably be lower than that. And so you will see that many times retail investors who tend to be the high net worth individuals or individuals who like an idea, as Leonard has said, generally tend to follow what the institutions are doing, or they tend to follow when a certain market has been validated. So one thing I see would be useful for us is, you know, having local institutions, and these tend to be especially retirement benefits fund managers, playing closer at this level, because if you say a random individual in this room, writing a $5,000 check is very close to, might be close to a significant portion of your net worth, but a $5,000, $10,000 check for a big retirement scheme is something which will do very little to move the needle in their case, but actively supports the ecosystem. So if these players are able to identify and see use cases, you know, success stories, then retail investors get a level of comfort to to be able to come and play. So that's an addition to really how the system can progress. Yeah.
Noted, and thank you for sharing that, team. I think also just plunging back into exactly what we're talking about, looking at that friends, the family, the fools we are thinking of within the ecosystem. How can we have those groups of people, the people who we are looking at to, as our first points of contacts for capital, but also as the first points of contact of capital that is going to move us to the next level as startups? How might we have Ugandans play a more active role in that? How can we have Ugandans understand, appreciate, and even participate more within that particular piece? It's a tricky element, but I think I'm thinking about me. If I say I had an extra $1,000 every month, is there somewhere? Why would I go for this rather than, rather than going and investing in something a little bit more secure?
Yeah, I have to say, just to chime in there, is we are seeing a lot of education. Definitely education is useful. Leonard called some of them the fools, as they say. Someone who wants to give you money today and expects a 10 times return 1 month later. But generally, I know the Capital Markets Authority is pushing a lot in educating about these asset classes to different individuals, because I think if I'm to put up or ask anyone in the room, I'm sure the first time you made, say, your first 5 million, 10 million, 20 million shillings, the very first asset you might have put your money in is either land or real estate. And the reason why we primarily look at that asset class is because there's been extensive education amongst ourselves, whether peers or family, in the potential return you can get, speculating in land. So I think if we're able to better educate individuals out there, that even beyond land, you could put your money in this startup and it could multiply in a couple of years, I think we can definitely be able to crowd in a lot more investment at that level.
Leonard, as you continue, just I think also just turning back and coming back to, first of all, there's that stat that there are more international investors in our market than local investors. So how do we drive the angle for the ordinary Ugandan?
I think it really starts with information, right? Information about the sector, about the opportunities. You mentioned the efforts that CMA is doing to ramp up, that information on the different asset classes. But that's on a high level, right? Many times what CMA is doing may not filter down to the ordinary Ugandan, who we are really targeting. I mean, how many people are going to read, a newspaper advert by CMA, a bulletin by CMA? Very few. Even us in the space, we rarely read those alerts when they are circulated, if I'm honest with you. The thing is, we have to disseminate this information to the ordinary Ugandan, right? That's why you see people are very easily duped by these Ponzi schemes. That shows you that there's a class of people who are looking to invest. Unfortunately, the only opportunities they get to hear about are things like D9, because that's what actually filters down to them. So I think as ecosystem players, AFCA, for example, Hive Collab, we need to do more. We need to be more deliberate about telling people, the ordinary Ugandan, what we're doing today. I mean, we've gathered here in a very fancy hotel. We're going to have very nice drinks and food. But we'll go out here and no one out there on the street will know what exactly has happened today and the impact of what it means for how many startups are being graduated today. No one will know what that actually looks like and what the opportunities are in investing in that startup. And I think the more we disseminate this information to the ordinary Ugandan, that's when they'll get to know, oh, there's an opportunity for me to invest in this business. That's why people tend to think, because of the lack of information, that the only people who invest in those things are, foreigners. And yet there's an opportunity for us here to get 1-2 million shillings that you can spare to push, an innovation in the room.
And maybe to add to that is we might get to say that we do not have local investors, but the number of businesses in this country that have been given the first check by their own spouses, and you do not consider that angel investing, is so vast. So in saying that we have to look for these people, those people went to their families and asked for the first check, and they indeed got it. But because they got it from a person that they knew, their family, their friend, they do not consider that angel investing. But that is the first step that we take. So if that person is investing, in most cases, not for a return, because they're helping out. Imagine if they got educated into how they can benefit if they did the same thing they did for their spouse to another business that can basically be more lucrative than their own spouse's business. That education is needed. And maybe because the ecosystem is young again, is we do not, in our schools, in our universities, there is so many other people in industry, in manufacturing that come to teach students about that thing. And maybe something that we can try out with IAVCA is to go to schools and educate students. We have so many innovation labs in universities, and these students do not have the capital to bring up their own innovations, but they do not also know other alternatives, like who is the person that can help them. Yet, if in schools again, because we have different classes of students in the schools, there is other students that come from money. And if they basically know a friend whom they can help in that incident, it can be very helpful. We cannot always look out for people from foreign countries to come and help us locally, because there is challenges. A person, instead of going to India to come here where there is a lesser population in case you went to market, therefore it means less money. Instead of coming here, they will go to India because there is a vast population that is going to give them money in case you go to market. So it is going to be us, the people, that are going to invest, but not all of us have money. So the education to wash away the ignorance that we have in this sector has to be very intentional. We need to embed the benefits and perks of what angel investing can do in the schools. And when it comes to investing, it's not just angel investing, all forms of investing. So if we made it a point and we came together as ecosystem players to go and hold probably every semester you go to a university, make an event, or you can actually just gather all students from different universities in one place and you tell them about this thing. There is need to embed most of these things into our own curriculums that we do not have, because the world has already moved to these things, but we are still behind. So we need to all be intentional about this in educating, so that is the only way we can get ourselves out of it.
Okay, I'm going to have Matthias summarize that particular question. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can summarize. I think I have a very contrarian perspective, which I think could be interesting to maybe the others. Because I think first maybe we need to a little bit talk about definitions. I can do that for myself. If we talk about angel investing in startups, I would only think first about high growth opportunities and maybe at least traditional enterprises with growth potential. So with the people in our network, we're also thinking about manufacturing businesses and so on. So why contrarian? A few things. I think the investing, and especially angel investing ecosystem, is super, super early. And I don't think our first group is the ordinary Ugandan, as was mentioned, and I don't think that angel investing is the thing that we need to first be teaching when it comes to building wealth and wealth management. And I've seen that I'm here for around 8 years now. I've seen that in so many conversations. I think even the understanding of investing in more secure asset classes that give you a regular annual return, understanding how unit trusts and others work and how risk looks like, I think this is where we need to start when we think about the ordinary Ugandan and wealth building, not angel investing, because it's highly risky, and I think it's not what the ecosystem need, because the investors, if we say the ordinary Ugandan, as was mentioned, maybe don't understand how startups work. Startups are weird. Startups function also very differently than the traditional enterprises that we see out in the city, in upcountry, wherever it is. So they function in different ways, and I think that's why we need to be careful who we are getting into these spaces. Also, angel investors that do it more professionally or regularly don't invest a large portion of their wealth, and it's not the first thing that they do for wealth building. It's a couple of percent, maybe 10% of wealth that you would be putting into angel tickets. So I'd be at least very careful with pushing angel investing to the ordinary Ugandan. And then thinking from an ecosystem perspective, I think we need few investors that are deliberate, but that are also knowledgeable about this space and that can add value to the entrepreneurs and that understand the risks that they are getting into because they have built businesses or have been part of the journey of building business. So I think this is where we need to start, a highly selected group of people, because anyways, there's not tons of, if we're thinking high growth, tons of opportunities. I think there's 3 individuals that we're working with in the group that we have that have deployed some capital this year, but it's really hard to find really good investable opportunities as well. Like the pipeline is it's not amazing at this early stage. So I think that's maybe the perspective that I wanted to share, and I think to maybe wrap that part up, I think what's also necessary is to educate founders, because if there's few investors out there that have the ability and maybe understanding to invest in a super early stage business that's going to bind their capital for a very long time, I think founders need to understand how to present themselves and pitch it better. I very often see this is a good idea, this is a good business, but not looking at it and really pitching the opportunity for the angel. How are they going to make money out of it and what time horizon, and proving it first to themselves as founders that they believe in that theory and story, but then also making it good enough and having maybe the traction or the data to back up that it can actually work. I think that's something that we need to do better so that founders can convince those angels that they interface with once in a while anyways.
Thank you for that, Matthias. And you've brought on board a new perspective, which is really looking at people who are experienced in the ecosystem or who have a good understanding of an advanced level of angel investing, and maybe even doing it as syndicated angel groups, which is great. I think just pushing, keeping on with that particular conversation, I know previously Ysau Capital used to make investments in Uganda, and part of its policy of making investments was for every investment that was made locally in the market, there would be a target of having a co-founder or having an angel investor who's locally based to come on board and support that particular piece. Just thinking about that, are there any examples or any angel investments that have directly influenced, like any examples within our ecosystem that you probably had a chance to see?
So any examples of what? Any examples of angel investments that?
That directly influence the growth of startups, any that you've worked with? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's several. I don't know, it's private investment. I don't want to drop names. Yeah. But I know a few companies in our portfolio where this is definitely the case. And I like the example that you're giving, because I think this is part of de-risking deals, because someone who's locally grounded and has some local understanding, that's for that particular investor, is putting in their cash and will also do their due diligence, right? And I think what I can say about this is it's a very good and smart model that I'm also, for example, advocating hubs to do. If hubs are putting, even if it's $1,000 into a business, I think they think about that very differently than if they just go through a training program. And also, investors love that from the conversations that we've had with angel investors when they look at portfolios of organizations. So this aspect of de-risking, I think, is a very good and important one that we should embrace more as an ecosystem for sure.
Yeah, noted. I think I'm going to pose this next question to the team at Inua. Are there cases where examples of companies you've worked in, startups, that probably benefited from a form of angel investments that was able to stimulate their growth in order to reach in that growth stage?
Yes, obviously. But as I said before, the biggest chunk of people that have benefited from angel investing, it has been from people that did not really expect much of a return. So they did it because they were family and friends. The one institution that we've seen that has given businesses some sort of angel investing, but even in that case it has been businesses that have gone to market, is the Stanbic incubator. So it has given so many businesses some capital to go on and scale their businesses, and that is how we were actually able to meet them, and that capital helped them do some of the things that attracted us to that business. For example, many businesses are formal, as in registered and everything, paying taxes, but the way they run their operations is rather informally. So it helped them sort of set up systems, controls, and everything. And those are some of the things that really investors want to see in a business. But then the other thing, and I think I agree when I say we need those people that are really experienced when it comes to angel investing, because it is risky. But then again, many people do not get their investments because even those few people, if you have very few people, they are interested in very few kinds of things. So if you're one individual, you might be interested in specific kinds of things. You might be interested in seeing certain types of things, and you cannot do the work for everyone. You cannot help every startup. So that goes back to us being able to know how things work, and then those of us that understand how the risk works. Because even NSSF, the incubator, can only help few. There is so many entrepreneurs, and the tickets at the end of the program are given to only a few people. But we should have an ecosystem where those that were not given the capital, someone else in the audience or that watches the show knows how the incubator works, is able to see one person and see that, and that person has to be experienced in that sector. They have to know how that sector works. They do not have to come in with ignorance, because angel investing gives a lot of returns. Because they could have gotten the information from other people, from other sources, they ought to know how that kind of investing works. And if that person among the many startups that weren't given capital is indeed having a good startup, they ought to have other people in the audience that are not organizations, that are not the individuals that are typical, that might not be interested in them, that have to see that this is worth something and let me invest in it.
Yeah, thank you, Dorcas. So just to supplement, there is a deal we are looking at now where we've seen angel investing really play out in its best possible way. And I think just to deviate a little from Matthias's submission, yes, there might be, you might say the universe of investable opportunities is not as wide as many other markets, but inherently angel investing is really about experimenting. It's really about looking at an idea, funding it as they iterate. You know, I think it's really been well documented that most startups eventually find their feet probably on the third or fourth or fifth iteration. And so this deal that we are looking at basically has seen this cycle, whereby it's seen angels in different cycles, you know, give the business that additional runway to keep iterating, to keep experimenting, to be able to find that fit. And, you know, building businesses, especially in emerging markets here, where, as you might know, a lot of the capital that's well educated is really looking for corporate opportunities. So this is really mature stage businesses. You find that that gap exists. And so I think just to underpin that, if we're on top of the education, we are having this aggregation whereby you're able to put in 1 million. Let's say if everyone in this room invested 1 million in, let's say, an angel fund, we probably have about 100 million, which is about 30,000, which could do about 10 deals. So in a sense, that kind of corporate angel investing is what's missing. And for this particular opportunity we are looking at, it's a lot of that corporate investing which has, enabled them have some runway to reach that product market fit where they are now strongly looked at by more mature investors.
Maybe just to add, I think as an ecosystem, I think we need to work towards operating more as a cohesive unit and less in silos, because you find that, for example, the incubation hubs or innovation hubs, they have a very specific assignment that they're executing, right? They churn out these startups, they incubate them, and then they release them, right? I liked what Matthias said earlier, that if it's possible for the innovation hubs to write that first angel check, because when they do that, and I know it's not as simple as that, but that is a game changer, because how you treat someone who you have actual skin in the game with is completely different from someone where you're just churning out graduates, right? It's completely different. You will train them different, you will equip them different, they will be investor ready much earlier. Because the frustration of people on this side, I'm talking about the investors, Matthias with his angels, the VCs, the PE firms, is that there's no pipeline. There are many businesses, many startups, but there's no actual investable pipeline because we're operating in silos, So I think when we begin to think more collaboratively, we will create an ecosystem where even the person who is in the innovation hub, he knows that tomorrow this business could potentially qualify for funding, $1 million or whatever, that they know. So at whatever stage they are handling them, they are preparing them for the next stage, right? I've worked with some innovation hubs in Nairobi. I've seen that they do this. So I know it's possible, right? That's why you see the startups in Nairobi attract funding much easier than we do here, because there they understand that we're all working for the same dream. I might be in the innovation hub, but I need to prepare this startup for the angel check first and foremost. So even the angel investor, he knows that for my investment to reap a reward, I need to prepare this business to be able to get that first pre-seed or seed investment. And the more we do that, then the ecosystem will grow. And even Matthias and his team will be saying, okay, I think, the hubs are working better, there's more pipeline, and the more success stories we have, people like to jump on a moving train. Angel investors will increase.
Yeah, that's actually a nice segue, because the next question is actually poised towards Matthias, and I think it also just comes back to that particular conversation. Ugandans have money. If you want to know we have money, look at the number of scams that happen in this country and find out how much money is invested there. You'll find people have dropped in 10 million, casual cash, 15, 20 million, that's one person's pocket. And maybe there is a need for us to understand, I think as an average Uganda, understand what risk is potentially there and how maybe there is a potential reward that would come up. So speaking to you, Matthias, now if there are potential high net worth people in this room, if there are entrepreneurs who have excess money lying around, people who succeeded from previous cohorts, what risks are there? What are the key risks that are within the ecosystem for angel investors? And what are the corresponding rewards? And how can these be balanced? Just speaking from like a theoretical point of view of I have an excess $1,000. And I know it's not just me. I know there are so many people who have those excesses. So what risks and what rewards are there, and how can this be balanced, particularly for us? Could we come to you and can I be throwing my money into your bank account every month?
Yeah, I think at the early stage that we're talking about for those angel tickets is mostly the risks lie with the founders and the founding teams, in my opinion, and also from what I've seen. I mean, we also run a hub, right, and for like 7 or 8 years, and we've invested like $40,000, $50,000 so far as well. And it's always about the founders, and on the one hand, attitude, and some not respecting contracts, and that's definitely something that happens. Sometimes it's financial discipline, and this is definitely something that we've also seen where money goes into things that they are not supposed to go into. And I think entrepreneurs often, especially then if they are more part of this formal ecosystem, don't understand that people talk. Of course, I might be having a chat with Teddy. We know each other and so on. So don't use money for personal means, even if someone in family is sick, right? Like, it happens. And these are risks. But then also there's a risk of getting a good, highly paying job because it's actually really hard. That's a risk for the investor, right? And I can't even blame an entrepreneur, of course. Sometimes it's a really crazy hustle to build, and if there's a really sweet deal on the table and you're completely broke, you might take it. That's another thing. So there are many, and it finally comes back to the founders, to the determination. I've seen founders that build based on 300, 400,000 shillings for a year or two until they make more money, and they just keep going at it. And this is, I think, also why I think it's very specific people that should be doing these angel investments. Probably have a better hand at picking such founders and figuring out who is really in it for the long term with all the commitment, even in the hardest of times. And because sometimes there's just no additional angel check when you need another 2K to make payroll next month, right? This is definitely also a risk of easy. If we are slower than expected, and I've rarely seen timelines play out as they were pitched, right? I think this is in other ecosystems as well, but yeah, here, yeah, we are no stranger to that. So yeah, these are a few of those, and finally it comes back to the founders or founder teams.
Yeah, I really concur with Matthias, and really, especially at angel investing, even growth stage, and growth stage being at that point where you validated the business model, you're really investing in the entrepreneur, the individual. But the one thing I want to add, especially for many of our entrepreneurs in the room, is sometimes we are inspired by the wrong markets, whereby you see a success story in Silicon Valley or wherever, but you don't see the supporting ecosystem as to why the success story happened. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say is many, especially a lot of the tech-driven business models we see, and why even growth capital, which is early stage, can't play, is it's a business model driven by, external funding out there, and it might work in Silicon Valley where you have an idea, you go to Andres Horowitz and you get $10 million to test out the idea, but really thinking about the market we're operating in, the capital that's available, and tailoring our ideas to really work within that frame, because you will find very many business models, and it tends to happen. I think there's a bias sometimes in tech, because there's been so many unicorns in tech, where entrepreneurs are building really good-looking platforms, probably usable, but without having the business model front and center. So the initiatives like the YSA helps with that, right? But even just more broadly is because capital is limited and expensive, it's not available to take as much risk as it might in another market where you're always going to get a follow-on check. So really, as we're building, is critically asking ourselves, if I didn't raise money, what's the runway that I have? How can I pivot to have a sustainable business without corporate investment? Yeah.
Thank you so much, team. I think as we wrap up and in exactly 1 minute for everyone, the ecosystem is growing. It is young. The startups are also young. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to scale them. There is a lot of intentionality that needs to go into ensuring they are able to, penetrate into the markets they want to be able to achieve the goals they want, the objectives they want. Thinking about this very broadly, how can we further attract more investors, whether it's local or international, to Uganda's startup ecosystem? And I know we have already touched on this quite a bit. I think we were talking about, I think earlier Matthias talked about the, I think part of the teams, the angel network teams that are available. I think I also mentioned the work that some of the VCs and PE funds are doing by merging it with probably angel investment in the ecosystem. I know there are also a couple of fellowship programs that are available for angel investors. What else? This is a quick 30-second question per person. How else can we really drive local and international investors to Uganda's startup ecosystem?
Super. You can go.
Okay, I'll start. I think it goes back to the entrepreneurs to look at what are you investing in, what are you starting up. So in us doing things, most of us copy things from other markets, and those markets are established. So we need to think of the micro elements and the macro elements as we are starting up these ventures. To think of internally, do I have the capacity to start this? Like if I started this, do I have the people around that can help me build this? And then externally think about the regulations in our market. Are they going to attract other people that can give me the money? We have so many things because our ecosystem is again growing that our own government restricts on so many people as you're starting out things. So to think of competition, if I'm starting to grow, is my competition. Many of you have startups that angel investors cannot touch because everyone is basically doing the same thing. And there is no difference between you and the next person that is doing it. So as we grow our ventures, think of internally, do I have the capacity, do I have the means to do these processes, systems, and then externally, does the environment I'm operating in allow me to grow this venture?
Two perspectives. One, from the ecosystem side, what we need to do is to really double down and collaborate to bring out success stories together. I know that a few of the companies that we invested are now in YSAU. That's beautiful, right? Like we all play our part. Let's consolidate in the ecosystem together and build a better pipeline and celebrate the success stories. That's what investors also want to see. There's cases where it works and where it can make a return. And then the second perspective is for the founders. I think founders still have a lot also to do and as homework to make and communicate and present viable and exciting investment cases. We see a lot of pitches, a lot of decks that are very solution oriented but not very business case oriented. Also convincing the founders why this is an amazing business, why you would invest all the money that you have, go all in. Why would you do that, right? Once you know that and can present that to yourself, to other people, you will also be more likely to convince investors.
Maybe just to add on to what Matthias is saying, we need to tell a better story, right? Everyone loves a compelling story. What's the Ugandan startup story? I mean, we hear bits and pieces, but we need to tell a compelling story. You know, in Lagos, in these other big hub cities, in South Africa, in Nairobi, you know, we're ready for investment, right? And everyone knows when you go in there, it's going to be easy for you to do business, easy for you to invest. So even for Uganda, we need to collaborate and tell the Ugandan story, both from the founders' side, but even from the investment side, a story that is consistent, but also compelling, so that when the Korean startup Ministry of SMEs and Startups is out there, when they're Googling and people do, they actually want to know, what is the story here? I was in Dar es Salaam a couple of weeks ago and they were asking me, what's it like in Uganda? What's the investment space looking like in Uganda? And I had to draw on, things I've picked up here and there. So we need to tell a better and consistent story.
Yeah, and maybe just one more item, which is more around the regulatory framework. We've really experienced a lot of challenges with the way we were structured, especially from a tax point of view. Recently, there was a waiver by the authority, especially in corporate income tax on investment funds. So I do believe going forward, funds are able to tell a stronger story, as Leonard has said. And I think the challenges that have underpinned the sector in the last 10, 15 years, this will help a lot, and there's a lot more that can be done, because you might make money, but the ultimate return to the investor, if it's really not attractive, then for whatever attractive business that's out there, nothing will change. So where the authorities are, seeing and taxing the industry better, allows fund managers to make more money, return it to individuals, and then you will see the asset class as attractive as real estate and land, which is our primary asset class, if you're to say, in Uganda. Yeah.
I wanted to say one last thing, and it is we need to get away from the grant mentality. I've seen a lot of people that have rejected commercial money saying, why should I take this money when I can get grant money? We need to ditch that mentality. That mentality has stalled so many businesses from growing. We need to understand that most angel investors are coming into this not because they want to give you money and you go and spend it. They are looking for commercial returns. And those commercial returns are going to be high because it is high risk. So I need you to categorize your investors and understand that these people need money, and there is these ones that are okay with giving me grant money.
Thank you so much, everyone, all the panelists. I think it has been an interesting conversation. The key takeaway has been we need to collaborate more, but we also have to have stronger pipeline among the startups. Let's ensure that the startups that are actually churning out businesses, are churning out models that are profitable and functional in such a way that angel investors can come in, but also market players can come in. Me with my extra 1K, which may be very little money, at the end of a year, that's 12K. 12K can do something. That's working capital for one of the entrepreneurs in the room. So thinking about it from that point of view, those should be our key takeaways. Thank you so much. It's been a great discussion. Thank you to the panelists. I hope you have learned something. And please reach out to any of them for conversations after this. Thank you.
Let's do a photo. Panelists, could please front and center for a photo, and then we can get ready for the next session. Please step up to the front here for your photo. Two things that I took out of this panel that was quite powerful was we need to stop this mentality of grantpreneurship. Grants are not going to help your business grow, they're going to help your business die. And number two, for the gentleman on the stage, Mateus, may I note that you please need to improve your sock game. The other guys up there were some serious happy socks. They made you look bad. Step up your game, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that we have been waiting for. My microphone is playing tricks on me. We are now ready for the Where's the microphone? Okay, so let's hope it continues to work. So what we're getting ready for is the first 6 pitches of the startups for this afternoon's sessions that we will go through that. We will pitch up until 1 p.m. and then head to lunch, and we'll pick up the second set after the afternoon success stories panel discussion. So right up front, when you come up here to pitch, I'll give you a clicker. You will have exactly 5 minutes to pitch. We will play loud music by the time you finish the 5 minutes. Your microphone will be reduced, the music will be up. spent the last 3 months practicing, and I know many of you stayed very late practicing also for your pitches, so you know what 5 minutes looks like. Okay? So we will not be very nice with you if you run over to 5:01, right? Time is time. So the first 3 that I'm going to announce, please be ready. Africado, Aniscola, and Eurosat, please be ready. So without further ado, your decks are already in the system and they're going to be run from the control room. Just tell control to move to the next. Or actually, there'll be, okay, all right. Are we ready to go on the first one? Avocado. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are already nervous enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Africado Industries, and we are Uganda's #1 producer of the highest quality avocado oil. It is meant for the cosmetic industry. So, and the reason we are here in this room is to raise $50,000 that will help us capture 1% of the market value of this avocado oil in Uganda. And that is worth, the market value is worth $45 million. Next. So at Africado Industries, we've identified a major itching problem on the side of the cosmetic manufacturers. They face a difficult time moving about, looking for sources of pure, unadulterated avocado oil. They face difficult time in accessing this oil in small quantities. We also learned that more than 40% of avocados produced in this country go to waste. So Africado Industries is bridging this gap of the avocado farmer and the cosmetic manufacturer. So we add value to these excess avocados into which is a premium oil, an ingredient for the cosmetic manufacturers. So our business model is primarily B2B. We serve cosmetic manufacturers, the businesses. Each liter goes for up to $13. So we are serving a growing market globally, and it is currently at $850 million. So at our capacity, current capacity, we are looking to serve 1% of the Ugandan market as we build base to go global. We are not alone in the industry. There are informal producers, but we stand out of this competition because our oil is certified and we are trusted by the manufacturers. We also have imported oil, which is more pricey. Ours is more affordable. We developed this concept through 2020, and we launched the first product on market in 2021. By the end of the last financial year, 2023, we had made up to $35,000. We have partnerships with farmers, the suppliers. We have had 5 contracts with manufacturers already. Others are still informal, reaching out to us for the supply. We have a major partner who has just come on board. Easy Ride is offering us transport from all over the country. He has the trucks for our supply of the raw material, the avocados. We are here, once again, to fundraise only for now $50,000 US. That will help us build stronger teams to cover the country, to do more product certification as benchmarking the global market, to also do more marketing, reaching out to the world, then also expanding, improving our production capacity, which is currently at 100 liters per week. Yeah, we are currently producing 100 liters per week, and we are projecting that when we, in the next 5 years, we'll be making, in the next 3 years, we'll be making 1,000 liters per month. So next. Yeah, this is the team behind all this, and I am the leader, the co-founder of this very company. We have the market, the sales representative, we have the administrator, we have the Jonathan who coordinates the supply, and Arthur who supports the company with IT support. Thank you so much. If you are the partner that we are looking for, email us.
A round of applause for Africado. Huge, huge improvement. So up next we have Annie Scholar. Put up their hands together for Annie Scholar, please. Just a reminder, the music will start playing at 1 minute remaining. The music will start playing at 1 minute remaining. And please pay attention to the camera in front of you as your main audience.
Everyone in this room needs Annie Scholar. Launch your career. My name is Joseph, and I'm the team lead at Annie Scholar. Your little brother John, a university student, has applied to over 10 companies for an internship, and only to be rejected after rejection. Lydia, your HR manager, is frustrated with the interns they receive at the workplace. These are not work ready, and yet the future employees. John, your little brother, is part of 80% of the 10 million university students in Eastern Southern Africa struggling with limited access to internships and work readiness. Lydia, your HR manager and your company is part of the 70% of the small and medium enterprises struggling with the unprepared talent and the disconnect from academia. Annie Scholar is the solution to these challenges. Your company and your young brother John sign up on the platform. Then how do we do this? We take your young brothers through a career readiness platform, equipping them with the necessary work readiness skills, such as communication, problem solving, as well as the industry interaction webinars. Then the platform will match them to the industries of need, as well as following their internship interests. Your young brother can affordably pay to Annie Scholar at $15 per year, and your company only $26 US per year in subscription. Already, our promise to your young brother is employability, visibility, as well as preparedness for the work industry. And to your company, we are promising a pool of young, ready talent. In addition to that, brand visibility or awareness throughout all the universities and students for the future customers, and limiting or lowering your cost on hiring labor. Annie Scholar is tapping into a huge market that is worth the $854 million US. And what is available already is worth the $29 US. 10% of this will generate us an annual revenue of $2.9 million US annually. Annie Scholar getting your young brother across the borders or the neighboring countries to get internship opportunities and also connections to the employers in more than 15 countries we also equip this young man or with the skills that are necessary for the job industry, looking at communication, problem solving, leadership, which is very key, and tools such as a CV, cover letters, and a pool of mentors to get them ready in the industry. Already just this year, we have registered any scholar and licensed it. In addition to that, we have developed this website to 60%, utilizing our savings. As if that is not enough, 400 students have been onboarded onto the Earning Scholar platform. We have already been accelerated and know our business very well. And 10 partnerships are already underway. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first 3 years, Earning Scholar projects a growth rate of a minimum of 40%, generating over $160,000. In our first year, we are already onboarding 5,000 students, and we project a revenue of not less than $38,000. This will give us an EBITDA of 12%, increasing at a rapid rate to more than 32% by year 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here seeking for $30,000 to invest in our product and the team. Meet the team of combined 12 years of experience, where Olivia is our operations lead with an art in problem solving and coordination. Joseph, who is currently speaking, with an art in visionary and also partnership engagements. And Philip, who is back just there.
A school owner who has invested over $1 million in schools. And he has always hustled to get reports in regards to financials and academic progress of his schools. Mr. Mukasa has always relied on many of his staff who always provide unreliable data. And this is just messing up on his decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mukasa is not alone. We have found a huge similarity of the so-called school owners in Africa, similarly like Mr. Mukasa. With our innovative solution, driven by our purpose, EduSat ERP, we are up to solving a problem of over 80,000 schools in East Africa that lack a system to integrate into their day-to-day operations to enable easy decision making. With EduSat ERP, we have designed an enterprise resource planning system that streamlines operations through innovative technologies like web and mobile app. We are driving this mission because of the certain demographic statuses, geographical statuses, and psychogeographical statuses right now in the current education system that are driven by the advance of edutech and other technologies that are helping in the education ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, our product EduSat ERP has a number of components. It is designed with a financial, HR center, academic center, communications, teachers can interact and parents can interact while they are all managed under one platform. The teachers can be able to always upgrade effortlessly at their own comfort without restrictions the results of the learners. Our parents can also engage with the system and view the details of their children's performance and other financial data. Our market size is up to 120 billion East Africa as our TAM. Then the SAM is also 36 billion, which is concentrated in Uganda, but focusing at 10% of the schools with spending an average of 1.5 million annually on EdSat ERP that could result into 3.6 billion Uganda shilling as annual sales in Uganda. Our competitors are School Monitor, Shure, School Pay, but they are all unable to reach our mark given the expertise and the strategy in terms of customization, real-time support, the price flexibility, and the parent engagement ability. Our business model is a software as a service where people pay the subscription per term or annually, and then they can access the system depending on the package they have subscribed for. We have achieved a number of milestones along the way. We have activated more than 20 schools.
I spent the last 10 years invested in the education of Uganda and how we can transform it to fit the global competence scale. Globally, the whole world is facing an education crisis because of advances in technology. For the first time, many educators do not know how to teach today's child. Enter Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa and Uganda, and we are grappling with, on top of that global crisis, we are grappling with a major skills gap where we are doing a lot of learning, which is not fit for today's world of work. As a result, we get graduates who are not ready for the job market, and everybody is coming on board to retool these graduates to solve the problem of 18 years with a 3 months work readiness program. As a solution, we are coming on with Ysau Academy that can be accessed both online and offline to support schools and learners in Uganda from 3 years to 18 to to be globally competent, that today's Ugandan child can sit on the same table with a child from Asia, from Europe, and anywhere in the world, and they can contribute to solving problems and bringing work readiness that is global. We do offer this through Ysau Academy that is accessed both physically and offline. We do support schools in curriculum support, and we have add-on services. But on top of that, we want to ask everybody to come on board to be an educator. The global crisis of education cannot be solved by teachers alone. That's why Ysau Academy is allowing people with skills to be educators. You can bring a skill to Ysau Academy. If you feel like you have the skill, we support you with curriculum design, and we manage the back-end administration. So we offer a platform that is both for learners and for educators like you. We support you to be an educator. I don't have to be a teacher. We help you with curriculum support and design. How we make money? We make money through the payment from parents who enroll their learners and from teachers. If you go to ysauacademy.com right now, you'll see what we are talking about. As of 2021, the e-learning space in Africa was about $2.47 billion, and right now I recently checked and it's coming to 3.5 billion just for sub-Saharan Africa alone. And serviceable market right now for Uganda is worth 155 million. But for Ysau Academy, our target until 2030 is 3 things. We want 1 million enrollment of learners, 50 B2B businesses, and 100 schools. That is achievable because we already have a traction. We already have a traction of 70 active clients. We've made a revenue of 30,000 in 1 year of operations of Ysau Academy. We have raised equity of 20,000, and we already have partnerships with 4 B2B businesses. We have a curriculum which is functional, which is our benchmark for everything we teach at Ysau Academy. Our revenue model is $10 subscription for our learners, and we also have 4 ways we make money through add-on services like education kits, which when we go to schools to support their transformation of their learning, they also ask, can you train our teachers? Can you give us kits? Can you give us physical enrollment classes? So we offer that as well. We are a team of 3. We are running a lean model. Myself, I have 10 years of solid experience in curriculum design and education transformation. We have Bridget Wamai as our Chief Finance Officer and a full-time technology lead. Our ask is 30,000 to invest in research and development, in team growth and operations, and scaling. Our revenue projection right now is, we made 30,000 last year, and we are projecting to make 40,000. But with investment, we could triple this by 2025. I ask you to join us as we transform our education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ysau Education. Next up, we have Natura's Nook. A loud, thunderous applause for the team from Natura's Nook.
Thank you. We are what we eat, and the food that we consume directly affects our physical health, energy levels, and our performance. Did you know that a healthy breakfast can increase your productivity by 23%? Well, breakfast is not just an important meal, but it is a foundation to a healthy start. Unfortunately, many of us are caught up in the pattern of consuming too much ultra-processed foods. This is causing serious health issues like adult obesity, which is contributing to 2.8 million deaths every year, a number that keeps doubling. These ultra-processed foods are high in sugars and calories, which make them addictive, leading to unnecessary eating, thereby leading to energy imbalance and excess body weight. To make it worse, these ultra-processed foods, their consumption rate has increased to 60%, an alarming rate you cannot ignore. As Natura Organics, we provide nutritious, low-calorie, and affordable breakfast products. We prioritize eliminating excess sugars and additives, thereby providing a wholesome option. We do this using our amazing products, the granola breakfast cereals. It's a fiber-based food that is made of natural ingredients. It's ready to eat and gives you a sustained energy for the whole day. We reach our customers through the business-to-business model, partnering with supermarkets and other retail agents. We also employ the business-to-customer model, selling directly to our customers, leveraging on the power of network, and also our website, which has an e-commerce element. The global breakfast market was valued at $38.12 billion at an annual growth rate of 11.10%. For our sum, we are looking at the total population of East Africa, which is about 500 million people. Capturing 10% of that would give us a market potential of $1.2 billion. For obtainable market, we are looking at the urban population of Uganda, which is about 14 million people. Offering a product at an average price of $4 per unit to 10% of that population would give us a market volume of $70 million per annum. We are not alone in the market. We not only provide healthy products with high quality, what makes us stand out is our innovation-led strategy, where we keep improving our products to meet the customer demand. Since inception in 2021, we have been able to work with 2 farmer cooperatives. As of 2023, we were able to get 3 supply contracts with over 1,500 users. As of 2024, we are a fully incorporated company and sold over 7,000 plus of our products, and we are looking to scale our business, which is why we are seeking $30,000 to help us buy machinery to improve our efficiency, get inventory, certify all our products, and also get skilled human personnel. This will increase our profitability from 69% to 80% in the next 3 years by reducing on our operational costs and also innovating more healthy products in the market. This is the amazing team with a total of 20 years experience in the field. I, Akelo Cleopatra, I have 6 years experience in business management. Sandra, who is our marketing manager, has 4 years experience in the digital marketing space. Richard is our financial manager, and Solomon, who is a nutritionist, has specific skills in product development. Ladies and gentlemen, partnering with Natura Organics will not only improve on the health of our communities, but also positively impact on the women farmers, thereby increasing on their livelihoods. Thank you so much.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you, Cleopatra. And finally, for the early session, we will be ending. If that is our breakfast, we now have our dessert. Now, chocolate, you are up. I hope she's bringing samples for everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria Msimenta. I'm a chocolatier and a Ugandan. We add value to cocoa. Our company is about cocoa value addition. Uganda being #1 cocoa grower in East Africa and the 12th in the whole world, we face a problem of cocoa quality, low farmer incomes, dependency on raw exports, limiting our potential into local value addition as well as competing worldwide. We also export our cocoa in a raw form, about 90%, and that 10% is only what we manage to add on in the nation. We address this by boosting our local consumption, hence contributing to import substitution, also promote export by adding value, and also train our farmers into post-harvest handling practices. About our market size, we have projected 68.2 billion in 2030 to be one of the monies that will be into the cocoa industry. But our addressable market is around 207 billion UGX. But also, as Nile Chocolates, we only have a sum of 50 million per month. And this brings us to our business model of our 3 niche products, that is creamy white chocolate, dark chocolate, as well as cocoa powder. We make our monies through the sale of 7,000 per bar, making us have a gross margin of 32%, as well as our drinking chocolate, giving us a gross margin of 62.5%. Attraction, we began with markup ITC, where we trained in France and obtained a chocolate making certificate, came back to Uganda, registered formally with URSB. We started incubation at the University Incubation Hub, gained market in the Balkans, Salon de Chocolate, that is one of the biggest chocolate shows in Paris, where we broke in and started selling in France. We have also started making customized chocolates. We have also gained again in the Balkans under the Uganda Connect hub, where you find our chocolates, as well as all the arrivals and departures of the Uganda Entebbe airport. Our financials, this is how we made money. 2021, we made 68 million, carried forward 45 million, made 72 million, had an expense of 27 million, made 55 million, had an expense of 45 million, and we are now carrying forward 10 million that we are playing within this year. Dear investors, we kindly ask you for 100,000 USD dollars. We shall use it under the technical competence, that is the 70% of machinery, 15% shall go in finance, 4% shall go in commercial competence, and 11% shall go in people and their needs. Our competition, we have 3 competitors on board: Equator Chocolate, Latitude Chocolate, all these are Ugandan brands. We beat them at quality, pricing, we are affordable. We are also good at packaging. We are publicly proven to be consumed around. Our mode of tempering or making the chocolate is natural and artisanal. It is called craft chocolate processing. And our team here is me, the founder, 5 years of experience, Jonathan, our food scientist, Gideon and Among. For more information, please contact us for these numbers, and thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are your first 6 start pitches for the early session. We are now going to break off towards lunch. I hope everyone here has received their ticket. If you haven't, please raise your hand. There's tickets going around. There's some individuals here in the front that have not received. Please keep your hand up so she can see and bring you a ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, the pictures that you just saw, that is the work of 6 months progress to get all of these individuals ready, fired up, prepared, nervous. So many of them were up here sweating, even though you couldn't see it, but you know they were sweating. but they were really pouring their heart out to tell you the story of their startup and where they actually need support and investment to actually grow their businesses so they can deliver a lot more impact down the line. This is what we're trying to get to, right? Build your confidence in your business to be able to sell both consumer as well as to the investor. You have a dual role as a founder. You have a business to sell. Investors and customers. But please don't forget that customers are going to be your first investor. Cash is king. Cash is king. So the confidence you carry here is the same confidence you have to carry when you're selling to your customer. Don't forget, customer service will probably sell you more products than any advertising that you will ever do. It's your first piece of advertising. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to actually go downstairs and have our lunch. I believe by now everybody has received their tickets. We will resume here promptly, Robert, at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. For the next panel discussion. And then after that, we'll go into the second set of pitches. And then after that, we will wrap up on our two-day event. Who's excited to finish this program this afternoon in a very strong manner? Fantastic. Let's go get some food.
Sweet Jesus, you're the wind beneath my wings. Sweet Jesus, you're my melody and harmony. Sweet Jesus, you're the eyes that I see through. Sweet Jesus, yes, I'm dancing to your tune. For as the deer pants for water, so my soul longs for you forever and ever, yes, my heart. Sweet Jesus, you're the wind beneath my wings. Sweet Jesus, you're my melody and harmony. Sweet Jesus, you're the eyes that I see through. Sweet Jesus, yes, I'm dancing to your tune. For as the deer pants for water, so my soul longs for you. Forever and ever, yes, my heart beats for you. For as the deer pants for water, so my soul longs for you. Forever and ever, yes, my heart beats for you. Something more than gold, I've got something more than gold. Something more than gold, I've got something more than gratitude, for He's brought me out of the miry clay. I know that's for me, that's of gratitude, for He's brought me out. Na 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 na,
All right, all right, all right. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session. I hope everyone had an excellent lunch. I know I rushed down there to have a very quick meal, so I didn't have an opportunity to just sit around and enjoy the lunch. But for what I did eat, I'm very sleepy right now. So we're going to try to kind of spruce it up, yeah? Why don't you guys get up, stand up for a minute. We're gonna stretch, activate that food, yeah? Get the body moving. Shake that right leg. Shake that right leg for me. There you go. Shake that left leg for me. Get that blood flowing, yeah? And a twist, and a twist, and a twist, and a twist. There you go. To the right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Uh-huh. Now back, a little bit back. All right, forward. Don't twerk, please. All right, okay. Have a seat. We are ready to go for the afternoon session. Let's close it out in style. So what's going to happen this afternoon, I'm going to chair a panel discussion between what we call lovely uncles of mentorship over there in the corner, and some startups from both YSAU Cohort 1 all the way through Cohort 4. We're going to share some success stories about their experiences going through the acceleration program, the importance of the YSAU program, kind of as a very nice way of wrapping up this stage of the YSAU program. So, however, before I call up here the panelists for that discussion, I think I want to check, because right after that panel discussion, we're going to have the second set of companies that are going to be pitching this afternoon. If you bear with me, I just want to do a roll call to make sure that you guys are here. Do we have Kazio in the room? Kazio is here, okay. Do we have RevMake? RevMake, I saw you earlier. Where is RevMake? Oh, yeah, just entered the room. School ATM, are you present? Right there in the corner. Smart Check is here. Perfect ticket, yo. We are here. And Woko Bear, yeah, there. I should have just looked for the blue, you know. I should have, you know. Have you put in a patent for the blue? Trademarked blue? Yeah. I even think you might come after YSAU for their color. You know, it's infringing on your brand. Yeah? I think our lawyer on staff there might help you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the next panel. So the panel concept here for essentially this panel celebrates the accomplishments of YSA Uganda alumni by sharing their journeys, achievements, and experiences within the program. The discussion will spotlight the diverse backgrounds of these entrepreneurs, the milestones they've achieved during the program, and the challenges they've overcome through the program support. The session is also designed to inspire future cohorts and the broader entrepreneurial community by highlighting how young Ugandans are transforming challenges into opportunities and building a brighter future for themselves and their communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I want this discussion to be very honest, to be very spirited, and I hope some of you have contributions to the dialogue. The stage obviously isn't big enough for all of us because each one of you had different experiences. And I believe we're going to have a list up of the panelists here shortly so that we can get engaged in the conversation as we go on. Many of you have come up to me with different experiences of what you felt going through this program and how it has impacted you both positively and negatively. Those of you that came through the program and we made one or two of you cry, you certainly let us know about that. I have not forgotten some people who are coming up to me and telling me, I can't believe you made me cry over a startup. But that means you're passionate about what it is that you are doing. But it's not, our job is not to squeeze out tears. Our job is to squeeze out value, to make you better than you came in. And sometimes that's a painful process. But you end up coming out in a much better situation. Can we have David from Cohort 1, please, from Bringo Fresh? Agatha, please join us here from Auto 4, that's Cohort 2. Arthur from Cohort 3, representing Anchor Machines. And from this afternoon's presentation, the earlier presentation, Cleopatra from Cohort 4, who's also the board representative for Cohort 4 in the Alumni Association. Sit anywhere. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm going to actually stand. I feel like if I sit, I'm going to fall asleep. That food was really good. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Thank you for surviving the cohorts. You are here because of your successful completion of each of the stages that were required during the acceleration process. And we just now want to go through a recap of the program during each one of your cohorts. Obviously, as each one of the cohorts actually went on, there were different experiences, different challenges, and different level of support because we got to learn from the previous cohort and then we actually went on. David, I want us to start with you. What motivated you to join the YSA Uganda, and what were the key achievements you have realized since starting? And how has it helped you as a kind of an opening? If you could, please also introduce yourself and then your startup once again so that the audience is reminded.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much. So my name is David, and I'm the CEO and founder of Bringo Fresh. We are a B2B fresh produce supply chain company that is connecting retailers to farmers within 12 hours. So my journey started off in 2018 as a B2C company, but we later pivoted the business model after COVID. That was around 2020, 2021. So YSAU came in as a surprise, to be honest, because by then we had just finished our GIZ program, and we had a board member, advisory board member, who had studied in Korea. So we had a very interesting conversation about the Korean startup ecosystem. And I was so enlightened about how their startup ecosystem has really, was really big, to the tune of, bigger than the economy of Uganda.
Yeah.
So she interested me to apply and see how it goes. So lucky enough, I was selected for the program, and I joined. And I can tell you that the benefits are much more than I expected. Yeah, thank you.
What would you say was the biggest value you got out of the program?
Well, I think the biggest value is within the travels that we've been having. It started off with GITEX in Morocco, where we managed to secure some investment. But also, we met a number of investors. Of these investors, 3 of them, again, I met them in Dubai. They requested me to meet me in Dubai. And some of these investments, some of them take long. you know. So it's negotiation here and there. But they believe in the business model, and they believe in what I do.
Yeah. So in your journey of joining YSAU, what was your prior business experience in running your company? Did you just start it kind of like as a side hustle, or were you intentional in starting a formal business?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a side hustle. Bring of Free started off when I had finished my research report at the university. If you look at my research report, it actually shows what Bring of Fresh is, So I knew what I was going into. I was so intentional about what I wanted to achieve, But later, it turned out that the market didn't seem what I expected. So I had to pivot quickly.
Theory versus reality.
Exactly. So I had to pivot to a B2B, which is now doing well. But I can say maybe sometimes I look back and I'm like, why don't I do B2C, But that's a conversation that we are having with some of the contacts that I got in Dubai, and something might actually likely to happen out of this.
Fantastic. Auto 4. I remember when you came into was it cohort 2, right?
3.
Cohort 3.
Yes.
You were already well on your way as a businessman, and I think just like David, you really came through the industry with some expertise before you actually started the business. Walk me through the journey of starting the business, but then realizing the opportunity of joining YSA, the YSA program, and what value did you get out of that process?
Okay, thank you. My name is Agatha. I run a business called Auto4, where we connect spare parts vendors with car owners. Joining YSAU was on the advice of one of the coaches within, I think not coaches, but masterclass mentors, and a lady called Adikini from Wazi Vision.
Yes.
She discovered that I didn't know most of the tech terms, CTO, MO, CMO, and there were so many terms going on. And she's like, Agatha, you know how to run a business, but if you're going to do tech, then you need to understand the lingo and what people look for in tech businesses. And so she sent me a link to YSAU, and I was also excited to apply for it because at the university we had a very good interaction with lecturers from Korea who are teaching us in our engineering class. So having again to experience how startups are built within the ecosystem I'd studied within was a very interesting opportunity for me. So those were the 2 push factors for me to apply for YSAU.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what value did you get out of it from there? Because you were already running as a business. Apart from me pushing you to update your pitch deck, what other value did you get out of it?
Yeah, so one of the coaches gave me feedback. I won't say the coach's name, but they told me...
Why not? Name and shame.
They told
Name and
me
shame.
the founder is not dreaming big enough. I was like, I'm not dreaming big enough.
Yeah.
So what does dreaming big enough look like? I was running a business probably thinking about just the Ugandan ecosystem, Kampala, the mechanics around me, the garages around me. But being part of YSAU has made me think at a global scale. Visiting Dubai especially, because it's one of the markets I procure from, and visiting Dubai and seeing what is possible, I said, indeed, I'm not dreaming big enough. I needed someone to shake the way I was thinking. So that has been one of the things I've gained. Also, formalizing business, there's being halfway formalized. So I was halfway formalized. I feared taxes. I feared audited books, and I'm like, all these things will bring so many people into the equation.
Yeah.
But again, I'm now interested in many people being in the equation, and this wouldn't have happened and if I hadn't been exposed to knowing that it's not bad for people to be within the equation. It's good for a business to build openly and on a global scale. So those are some of the things I've gained, even getting to just visit the people I've worked with for years without seeing their faces. So that was a great opportunity for me. Once I was in Dubai, I was like, everyone I've spoken to, without seeing their faces, I have to put a voice, a personality to these people I've been working with. So those are some of the opportunities I've really been able to gain from being part of the program.
And if I may actually also drill down on that small-scale mentality that you had in the beginning when you had to be shaken out of that. Walk me through that process of realizing, because you're not the only one. You're not the only one. There were many, many, many startups that we had to kind of shake out and say, you're either not asking for enough money or you're not thinking of your market largely enough. Can you maybe, I don't know if you can speak to where you think that mentality is coming from and what needs to be done to shake us out of thinking, of just thinking, you know, of this insular market that we're in. Is that because you don't think you're good enough or your products can compete on a global scale? And, you know, what in the YSAU program helped you as a, you know, opposed to just the pushy, you know, the pushy coaches?
Yeah. So when you're born in the mountains and all you know is your community in the mountains, you think that's all the world is.
Yeah.
So maybe your dream is just to come to Kampala,
Yeah.
build a shop in Kampala,
Yeah.
and that could be enough. But when you start to think of all the other people you've left behind in the mountains, and this is both actual and figurative in the way I'm saying it, because when you travel from the east and now you're in Kampala, you have a car, you have a house, you're thinking you have made it, but that's not what it means to make it. We have to redefine what making it for Africa is. People in the US, people in Asia have redefined what making it is. It's about changing the African continent. So even Africa has to redefine the way we think about what is making it. So having that exposure has helped me to redefine what could be making it for Otofo. Is it having all the original parts manufacturers on my platform? I'm starting to think, what is the distributors? So even as small as entrepreneurs, start small, but don't think small. Because if you're thinking you can sell your chocolate to Agatha, you can sell it to someone in Europe whom you've never met because their taste buds are very similar. So we need to think in that way, not get out of the survival mode, yeah? As long as I have food for today, as long as I have fuel for today, we need to think beyond building that Kawan rental, which will earn you some rental fees. Think about building at scale. So I think this program exposes people to building at scale and not just for the Chikomando for tonight. It's beyond that.
Yeah. Your story reminds me of a quote I had. There was a South Sudanese who came to Kampala for the first time. And he thought he was in heaven and was here for 10 years thinking he was living in heaven. And then he happened to go to Nairobi and he realized he was living in a village for 10 years. So that exposure and mind opening actually really does shake you out of it. So has it changed your business plans in it, like how you're thinking about structuring the business, thinking from a global scale but operating locally?
Yes, so I've started to investigate the problems in sourcing parts from abroad and how we can source them as a collective.
Yeah.
When I left, I was just thinking of one shop to another. So that was my business model. Let's get a part from this one and give it to this person. But I'm now thinking, I already have linkages that people have been sourcing from. How about if now, apart from selling to one another, you have a procurement module where you can now procure from abroad on the platform.
So that only has changed the dynamics. I've also started to think of, okay, I have exposure to workshops across Africa.
Yeah.
How about if they can share solutions in how to repair cars? Because most of them are not on the continent.
Yeah,
So
that's-
having this exposure, I'm saying, apart from me alone being exposed to it, how can the entire of Africa have access to those people?
Agreed. And one of those partnerships is sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
So my question then to you is like, have you approached her? Because earlier you had a conversation from an investor about, vehicle breakdown, etc. How? Because I almost see a marriage here already. Because she can source all of the parts that you need for your tractors, etc. And those kind. I want to see this marriage happen. Anybody else? Yeah, I want to see this marriage happen. Because that's why you guys have an association now, right? So that you can do business with each other. There's a couple of marriages here, and I'm going to call them forced marriages because I need to see them happen. Where is our legal scholar? Sir, what are you doing sitting down? You should be officiating serious weddings. Eh? You should be officiating serious mergers and acquisitions. And I really think actually that should be one of the future which should be one of the future outcomes, is that most of you stop competing and merge and work together as larger entities. Yeah? Because I see wisdom, because most of you are struggling with building teams, but yet you have individuals in the same ecosystem building the same exact thing. So join forces and build this dream together, because 100% of zero is zero. Right? But if you have 25% of 1,000, that's way bigger than the 100% of zero. So, I mean, start thinking outside the box on how you can use the talent within the cohorts. So now, the question to you, in building this Uber for the construction industry, how much of your idea was already developed before joining, after joining YSA?
Thank you. My name is Arthur, the co-founder of Anchor Machines. Like I said, we do the Uber of earth-moving equipment across Uganda. Before we joined, we had refined the idea. We had thought about it for about a year, and then COVID made us think faster.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You don't make diamonds from comfortable, environments.
Yeah, because we struggled the more during COVID. And so in 2021, we started getting to work. We put together a team, the developers, and all that kind of thing, because we had formulated everything. And we did that for quite, from the end of 2021 to about 2023, and it was taking quite a long time. So joining YSAU was partly out of frustration that yes, what we're building had burnt a lot of money and time, and it wasn't really taking off. So along the journey, one of our co-founders met a friend over coffee, and they're like, yeah, I mean, you guys have built something. You have the entire legal structure, everything. And I think you're even ahead of us. Why don't you join this program? And I came to YSAU reluctantly. I'm like, okay, let us see. And throughout the first week, I would sit behind, and I wasn't really, I would pay attention, but not that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was already frustrated. So yes, so I keep on seeing, and then it captured our attention. You're like, okay, what these guys are talking about, the unit metrics, this and this, you need to know how much you're selling the product. So that is how we're able to refine it along the journey. You're like, okay, where we're paying maybe so much, we don't need to pay so much.
Yeah.
Let us go slow on this. Let us concentrate on this. And finally, let us start making money out of this. Yes, we used to make some money, but the negatives were quite very high.
Yeah.
And yes, that's how we found our way down this side.
Okay, fantastic. And did you see an improvement? You've been out of the program now, for a year. Have you seen? Well, has it been a few months now?
About us, since April.
Yeah. Have you seen an improvement in your operation in the business as a result of what you have learned through YSA?
Yeah, the improvement has been immense. Actually, about 80% of our improvement was after April, because we had to refine certain things. The businesses that were failing to take on, now we could be able to take on them, and we were able to negotiate better deals.
Yeah.
Now we were able to start projecting, and you know that, okay, yeah, this arm here, I mean, we're trying to solve almost everything in the construction industry, and we're like, I know, some other things might need to wait, let us concentrate on this.
Yeah.
And with that, we were able, because now our numbers were able to speak for themselves, we were able to get more money from the few clients that we had, and even the other guys who would come on board. So it was quite immense, I must say.
Yeah.
And right now you're able to just open the laptop and you know that, we're making an improvement here. This is our percentage margin on this. And you're able to get to know those numbers, like you were saying, the lingo.
Yeah.
Before that, you'd be like, okay, now you call the accountant, you're like, boss, first fill in for me this thing. But right now, you're able to sit down on it and you're like, okay, this is our net profit margin, this is our gross profit margin. And you get to see this other world of being investor ready. You're able to talk to investors and you're like, I can speak to about 4 or 10 of them in a month without batting an eyelid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you can comfortably call your accountant and ask them, what is my EBITDA this month?
Yes, I of course I'll tell you after a minute, but I'll give you an answer.
Yeah.
I don't have to make a phone call or send a WhatsApp.
There you go. Yeah, so now you're comfortable with the numbers and the lingo.
Not the best comfortable, but I am.
You're getting there. It takes practice.
Yeah, I'm good at it.
Yes. Now, Cleo. I had the pleasure of working with you on your rebrand, where you came from a very frustrated position regarding your brand in the market, and the journey I saw you on very early on. I think you were one of the first people to press me on realizing that you needed to rebrand your package, to have better shelf presence, and to work your way through. Walk me through the journey of where you started from there, understanding, and what led you to realizing really, hey, my shelf presence needs to really improve with Natura Organics.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Teddy. I'm Akelo Cleopatra. I'm the founder of Natura Organics. We manufacture breakfast food products. So we help you keep your weight on check. Yes, before I joined YSAU, I was frustrated, if I may say. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just in business, and as startups, you fall in love with our idea, and we don't want even to know about any other thing else.
Yeah.
But a friend of mine told me, Cleopatra, for you to scale up and for you to grow your business, you need an accelerator program. So when I joined the YSAU, the first thing was, will I make it? And will my business go through? Because I thought I would never even make it through.
Yeah.
Number one, I didn't know how to articulate my business, Teddy. Sitting right here and speaking confidently like this, it wasn't me. So when I joined YSAU, my products were disorganized. We had a number of various products that I could even forget to mention. But one of them told me, Cleo, your products are nice, but they are dressed in wrong clothing. And you need to rebrand. Because for your products to increase on the shelf life and for the customers to connect more with your products, you need to rebrand. Because right now, as I'm looking at your products, I can't connect with them. Not until you sit down and explain to me that this is what it does. So we went through that phase, and I want to thank YSAU for the consultants, Barry on the financials, Teddy on the rebranding, Patrick on the problem, market fit. So we had to get down to the core of what is our business, what are we doing, what is our target market.
Yeah.
And I am happy to say that we have achieved that. We know our market, we know what we are doing, and one of the testimonies that I have is that our sales have increased because customers easily connect with our products. They understand what we do even before we say it. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's good. And that leads me to, sorry if I frustrated you through the process, but you see what came out of it, right?
Yeah.
You have to squeeze you, we have to push you in the right direction until you get to the other side. Now you understand the importance of being well dressed in front of the customer. To provide. Have you had any feedback from customers?
Yes, we have had. Even today we have had.
Yeah?
Yes, customers are saying our products are nice. They are well branded. Actually, one of, I don't know his name, but he told me that our products are well branded, they are smart,
Yeah.
and can be put on the global market.
There
And
you
that's
go.
one of the things that we weren't thinking about, just as Agatha mentioned earlier, that we were only thinking of Uganda and Kampala. But the truth is that what YSAU is doing is setting you up for the global market, for the global competition.
Yeah.
Because at some point, you not only stop here. As we are thinking of our scalability plans, you want to export. But what are you going to export?
Yeah.
Is it something that can compete globally on the market and compete with the other big brands? Yeah. So I'm really grateful for that.
That's quite the journey in essentially mindset change in how you view your company and the kind of reach that you basically having the same mindset change that Agatha was going through in terms of the size of the market. Does it scare you? Does it scare you now properly?
No, not so properly.
Well, then you're still not thinking big enough.
No, I'm thinking big, but only that each time I sit down and look at my business, as you mentioned, mindset change is very important.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that if your market is not scaring you, then you're not in.
Yeah.
So every day we are sitting down and thinking of our market, what margin can we capture,
Yeah.
and what are sales margin of our different products.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we are growing, Teddy, but we also want to be patient and let ourselves make the different mistakes so that we can improve in future.
It's a process.
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
process.
it's very, 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 very much a process. So now I want to talk about challenges in the program. Obviously, not every program can be perfect. All programs are always evolving. What did you individually, and also the challenges between all of the cohorts are going to be different. But I think commonality helps identify the thorns in the system that we can actually address and make the program even better. We'll start with you, David, in terms of like, what do you see as, what did you go through as the challenges? And since you've been around seeing other cohorts go through the process, what do you see, what would you identify as the challenges that you think that you went through that could actually be worked on to be improved?
Yeah, so challenges as a business or throughout the program?
Well, throughout the program, specifically as related to the business.
Yeah, so maybe to start with the challenges as a business. Hiring is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Finding the right talent,
Yeah.
actually run your startup is very, very difficult.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think most probably maybe that's why it has taken us this long. Probably maybe would be much better.
Yeah.
But finding the right people to actually fit in your team is a big problem.
Yeah.
Then the other aspect, I would say, is the logistics in my space. Finding a logistics partner to actually work with you and listen to your concerns is also extremely difficult.
Okay.
Then the other one is the fundraising, which is really, it takes a whole lot of work.
Yeah.
You have to put in a lot of work, and also you have to balance your, with the operations and everything. So it takes time. It takes time, and I would say it's a very, very big challenge.
I think that's also, that last key point is also an important question to drill in on, is that it takes time part. Obviously, I think you came into this already knowing how long it was going to take because you wrote a paper, you studied it, you knew the difference. But talk broadly about this impatience to succeed in the startup ecosystem. How have you managed that balance? As we wrap up, how have you managed that? What would I say? that essentially impatience to succeed in the face of multiple failures.
Yeah, so I'll give you one scenario. When we were running a B2C company, one of our board of advisors had a call with me and told me, look, you're not going to raise any money with this thing. So if you're going to really work on this, probably you're not going to raise any funding, and you'll collapse within a week.
Yeah.
So I had to figure out what to do. And that's why you see we pivoted the business model so that we can survive even when we don't have money from investors. So I think that's one of the areas that we've managed to, I think, do well, but it's also been extremely difficult. I went there thinking it was going to be easy, but if I hadn't taken that step, I don't think I would take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the benefits, we can now start to see the benefits. Yeah.
Fantastic, Agatha. The challenges and a closing statement from you as well.
Yeah, the challenges within the program. One of the things is that we are looking at capital to inject into the businesses. Africa does not have experimental or research capital. So when you join a program, that requires you to implement what you learn, and that implementation has a cost attached to it. And I had to do a rebrand. I had to build a new site. The changes were coming with some costs.
Yeah.
So, of course, we really, really thank all the organizations that supported us to even get this knowledge. But Africa also does need experimental capital. That when you're told that you need a rebrand, there's an actual cost attached to it.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things I thought I need to rethink my finances of the business, because everything we are learning is very good, but if I'm to implement it, there's a cost attached to it. So that's one of the biggest challenges I had during the program. The other one is minor, but it's a major. But so we were training from morning to evening. The downtown person running from garage to garage.
Yeah.
That being still takes some exercising of the mind to recap and be still. So I also had to learn that you can sit in such a space from morning to evening and you're okay.
Yeah.
So that was also a really major challenge to me, because we are a small team. So we had to run the business while also studying, which was quite a challenge. My closing remarks to everyone here, to everyone who had an opportunity to travel, to get funding, but especially to those who did not have access to capital or even travel. The best money you can ever get is the money your customer gives you. I've had a chance to speak to many of you that the way we make it out of the rat race is by actually someone paying for the value you receive. Above all, it's just a point of gratitude to the people who brought us to this level: COSME, ITC, the coaches, Hive Collab, and the entire network of the entrepreneurs I've been able to meet and work with. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, and to close out on your, capturing 8 hours of your day, we were teaching you how to build a team, right? By putting you through the fire. Go ahead with your comments. What were your challenges during the program, and what are your closing thoughts for the rest of the cohort?
Thank you. For us, our challenges are a little bit similar with Agatha, because we spent quite some time. Me personally, I wasn't very comfortable with it. I just had to tone down, and yeah, we learned quite a lot, which is good. I just believe that if at all we had met the consultants earlier in time, we would have learned much more. I mean, the 1 hour that we used to have with them later on in stage 3, yeah, it was good. But fundraising, that's where the bulk, let me say, about 80% of the learning, that's where it was. The other time, yes, I mean, I used to see people would come, wait for lunch, people would have lunch, then the G-nuts. But well, 80% of it was at the end.
At stage 3?
Yeah, stage 3. Unfortunately, it was also packed in a hybrid, it wasn't even hybrid, fully online. And to me, that's where most of our growth came from. You're like, oh, you have a one-on-one with a consultant. It's like, Arthur, what you're looking at as maybe something that you can't take on, this is where the money is.
Yeah.
Maybe, and that's why I was saying that a lot of our growth came from that time. And you're like, yeah, what we're fearing, we're able to take on those contracts. And you're like, yes, I mean, if at all I had known this earlier, this food that people were looking at, maybe we would have been making more money at an earlier time. So, yeah, it was a challenge of sitting for those so many hours, but it was also a benefit. I just wish that we'd had that benefit at an earlier on time. And yes, and it's at that time whereby the program, we got to know the program better, and the program got to know us better. And you're like, okay, yes, that's where maybe certain opportunities came from, whereby you're like, okay, now let's think big. You're going to Marrakesh, oh yeah, we're going to the desert, blah, blah. And then you get to the global stage, and you're talking about things and you're seeing people believing in it.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, yeah, maybe you're a prophet not in your own land. These guys are looking at it as, oh, and that's when you realize, man, we built something that these guys haven't yet got into. So
again, mindset change.
Let us now go faster, otherwise they might beat us to it. So it's something that opens up those one-on-one sessions, those things, they were able to help refine us. And gratitude to YSA in respect of those opportunities. I mean, about 60% of the investors that we're talking to, they're coming from this ecosystem. And you're like, yeah, I mean, okay, one of our investors is a Hive Collab. But well, at least they're having follow-up
discussions.
Discussions. They're like, yeah, I mean, there are these guys. And you're finding yourself at every quarter, you're getting an email. And you're like, yeah, I mean, this is we came reluctantly, but it could have been the best thing to happen to us.
Now you're seeing the results.
Very much.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. Cleo, yours is very, very fresh out of the program, all of the frustrations. What were your real big challenges? Obviously, apart from the packaging and branding, etc., and then also your closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Stage 3 was really intensive and hot. Before even you could think of breathing, another thing has come up. Before even you complete that, your pitch deck is not straight. So it was really so intensive, but it taught me one thing, resilience. That if you want something, it may come, but it will not come on your own terms. So you have to tone down, and you have to accept it. And I would like to extend my vote of thanks to both the local and international implementing partners, because they really did a lot. And to our consultants, they were really patient with us. We had one-on-ones with them. At some point, you felt like, maybe let me give up. But they were patient. They kept on mentoring us. And to my fellow entrepreneurs, YSAU has a rich ecosystem. And just as it has helped our previous cohort members, it will do the same for the rest of us. So please go and preach out to the your fellow startups as well, because they need these accelerator programs. And I must say YSAU has the best accelerator program, because personally, it has grilled me and it has brought out the best juice. Yes, so I would like to say thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to building a more sustainable Natura and seeing it globally.
Fantastic, and that is it for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to, we would like to take this moment actually. We've been talking about the challenges, but we also want to talk about the opportunities. And I would like to take this opportunity to highlight, the way that YSAU can actually put opportunities in front of you. So to best illustrate that opportunity that YSAU gives, I would like to invite up here for a presentation Safe Bango to come on up here with an announcement of its own, which we would like to provide the stage and audience to your peers for this amazing announcement.
Thank you so much, Teddy. Good afternoon once again. Again, my name is Sol Kabali, and I'm here to share with you what we have been working on in the past 8 months. As you may know, we have been here. Okay, thank you so much. All right. You all remember about Safe Bango, and in the research we did, we realized that every 68 seconds, there is someone who is affected by violence. And what we did is, we were looking for a way to make Safe Bango more accessible, but everyone who actually needs it can go ahead and use it. So what we did, we have come up with a tailor-made model which can actually suit each and every one of you in here. We have realized that different people can use Safe Bango in different ways. And what we have come here today to tell you, okay, thank you so much. And what we have come here today to tell you is Safe Bango is very, very easy to use. When you're getting it, you just give us 3 to 5 trusted next of kin, and you are able to choose from our 3 versions. One of it is similar like the one I'm wearing. Another one, which you can actually custom make, is the one which looks like very many people wanted to beads, but in different colors. So from today onwards, we are partnering with different designers. You can tell us the flag or any design, and we come up. And once you have it, you just need to have it all the time. When you feel you're stuck, you're lost, you just have to activate it, and it will take you to the people who will come and give you help. The reason why we stand out is because other traditional mechanisms out there, they're very expensive, and then they require you to use your phone. For example, you're going to your car, and then you feel someone is coming following you. With Safe Bango, you're just motionless. You just press it, and the people will come and give you help. And then we have made it in a way that even when you are not in an area which has internet, as long as you are able to make a phone call, you are able to get help. And then the other one is we have improved our battery. Before joining YSAU, we could only last only 8 hours. We are happy to tell you we can go for up to 14 hours. Next slide, please. And then we have made sure that it is accessible to everyone. With $30 and house Safe Bango bracelet, the 3 next of kin, all 9, they are able to receive alerts on what is happening in the country just because you own a Safe Bango. And today we are here to make that promise and encourage you all to make your pre-order. Next slide. And we are here to encourage you all to make your pre-order, and it is very easy. They are going to put up a link, and you'll be able to choose your style. And once you choose your style, you will be able to see the pricing, and then the date you will be able to receive it. We encourage you to be part of the innovation. Thank you so much.
Well done, yeah. All right, thank you, panelists. If you can stand, please. Actually, Safe Bango, if you just join us for a photo. Yeah, if you just join us for a photo here, and then we will immediately go to the pitch session for the last remaining, please, photo, and then we'll go to the last remaining pitch decks. Round of applause, guys. These are your representatives. All right, so for this afternoon's session, we have 6 more of the 6 of the last presentations that we're going to go through, and I'm going to list the order. Again, you are going to have 5 minutes to do your presentation. You will have a clicker to advance your deck. Please try to pay attention to the camera because you are being recorded and this is also being live streamed. You never know who's actually going to be watching. You'll have 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, the music will start playing low and actually drowning you out towards the ending. So begin wrapping up as soon as you hear that message. So in order of appearance for this afternoon session, closing session is going to be Kazio, RevMake, School ATM, Smart Check, Ticket.io, and Walker Bear Education. So first up, Kazio.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Nkwanzi, and I am the co-founder of Kazio. So we identified a problem that skilled labor in Uganda's grey economy is highly unorganized. It is very hard for customers to find skilled service providers to do their work despite their availability. This leads to wastage of resources and wastage of time because the service providers cannot be found. That's why we've come up with Kazio. Kazio is a digital marketplace where service providers and customers connect in case they have work that needs to be done. Our market opportunity is 16 million in Kampala, and in Uganda, it's 30 million, and in East Africa, it's 100 million. But we are looking at acquiring 5% of the 16 million in Kampala. We charge $30 subscription fees for every service provider that enlists on the app, and we take 10% commission for every transaction concluded on the app, bringing our gross margin to 80%. Unlike our competitors, who are quite a number, we provide trained, trusted, and vetted service providers. The platform is easy to navigate. We have a rating system that works well, available customer support, and a secure payment system because we have integrated MTN and Airtel Pay. So in 2023, we made the prototype. In 2024, we registered the company. We have been able to enlist 89 service providers and 282 users in total. We have signed 2 MOUs with vocational institutions, and we have made 2,960 in revenue. Our ask is $40,000 for us to be able to scale our operations within the next 18 months in the other 4 major cities of Uganda. 40% of that will go to technology, 40% to marketing and sales, and 20% will go to making new hires. We project that by 2025, our revenue will be 195 million Uganda shillings. Our team is comprised of individuals with diverse backgrounds, with a total of 28 years of experience in software engineering, legal and compliance, finance and administration, and information technology. Please join us and let's make this solution work. Thank you very much.
Okay, up next was RevMake. Yep, it's ready. Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a quick tech issue. Round of applause for RevMake.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Kavma. I'm the CEO and founder of RevMake. So RevMake is an energy tech company. So RevMake is an energy tech company, and we focus on providing energy storage solutions. The problem, so there's a lot of electronic waste that's being generated in Kampala and the world generally. And these figures are going to keep going up. In Uganda alone, we generate about 19,000 tons of electronic waste. And coincidentally, we also do have a problem of unreliable energy and power. And today, energy is not just a luxury, but it is a form of connection for your productivity. So those are two challenges we saw that one can be a solution of the other. So our solution, we do collect the electronic waste, particularly lithium-ion batteries, and we produce energy storage devices. One of them are power banks. We also do make rechargeable LED lights for emergency. When there are blackouts, they can be able to provide lighting. We also produce several energy storage products from new lithium-ion batteries, like laptop power banks and portable power stations. These come in handy, especially when you're working off-grid or you're in a place where you can't access power. So the total addressable market in Kampala, in Uganda, and in East Africa. Yeah, so those are the figures. The next slide, please. Our business model. So we make money by selling our products directly to our customers, and we do have partnerships with. Thank you. Our traction, what we've been able to achieve so far. So we have a team, first of all, that has experienced the problem of. Can you please go back to the previous slide? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So we do have a very capable team, technically, that's able to produce the solutions we are talking about. Our core product is already complete. It's in the market, generating feedback. The power stations, you can have a look at them at our stall just outside here. And then we have made some initial sales. Sold more than 300 power banks so far. We generated a revenue of $12,000 last year. Okay. Yeah, so basically that's what we've been able to do. We have an ask of about, we have an ask of $40,000 to be able to do a number of things, get materials, support, increase our plant and equipment, our labor, our working capital. We project to be able, the next slide. So our roadmap, already we have the laptop power banks and bulbs already in production. And we'll be getting the other products as well. Next year, we'll be launching out a new production line. Next slide, please. Those are our financial projections. Then the next slide. So that is our team. We have Emma, myself, Marina, and Daisy. So basically, that's what we do. For all the people who've been asking if they could charge their phones, for all the phones we've charged during the time we've been here, should be our customers. Invest with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, RevMake. All right, coming up next, School ATM. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We've just had lunch, right? My name is Edgar Kasire, and I'm team lead at School ATM. All right, let's get started. Okay, what's the problem? If you've tried sending money to your little brother in school, probably you face the same problem. You have to talk to their scurry and their auntie and their boyfriend to make sure that you can get money to school. That's exactly what we're here to change. Kids cannot get money in school because they do not have funds. And that is the whole center of our entire modern financial world. Okay, so what are we doing? Because these kids cannot access funds in school, we are giving them sort of a communal phone. We call it a school ATM portal to be attached in the school. It's really a tablet that you can go and access your account the same exact way you would do if you had a mobile phone with your bank accounts. Okay, the parent sends money to the student. The student is able to go to this portal. They are able to log in. They're able to access their accounts. They're able to see who has sent them. And if they want to withdraw this money, all they have to do is initiate, get a code, and go to the school canteen and get cash. Or they can spend the money at the canteen, rather. Okay, school ATM, we have a bit of competition. One of the most noted is Kahoot, we have Zazu, Easy Money, but all of our competition really are not focusing on the biggest problem, right? They do not have an app for kids in school, for kids when they're in holidays to access their accounts because you can only access it in schools. They do not have balance inquiry. For some of them, you actually have to go to the parent to be able to access the account information. What we are looking for, and this is a number I want you to remember, we want to make $2 per student every term. That makes it $6 per student every year. That's really what you need to pick out of this, right? So we go to the school. These are the different transactions that the students are able to do for us to be able to make these $6 per year. Kampala metropolitan area has about 1.4 million students, and Uganda has 12.2 million students. The entire East Africa has about 66 million students. Now this is important because in our 5 years we want to look at Uganda, and these are the 12 million students. If we only get 20% of those, these are people in urban areas, boarding schools, people who want us, we're already at 2.4 million. If we are able to get 30% of that, that will already be making us about $4 million. This is the opportunity you would be having if you invest with us. We have already registered our company with the help of Hive. We have integrated with Your Uganda, and we are going to do our targeted launch next year, January 2025. We're looking for 30,000 USD. And much as we're doing our targeted launch with one school, we want to make that 10 schools. And we want to buy these school ATM portals and server costs. If we're able to get your investment, and we're able to get these 10 schools, we're looking at about getting 70% of these students transacting. In our 4th year, we'd already be making, in gross profit, about 300,000 US dollars. That is already impressive. Our team, we're made of 3 developers. I personally transformed from a software engineer to a project manager, and now team lead. We have 3 years experience building solutions together. That's really key. We've been working with Pegasus Technologies. We're fine-tuning our skills. This is a particularly good timing for you all because, as you might have noticed, the government is really leaning into allowing phones in school. Why is this important? Because eventually, we'll not have the school ATM portals. We want to be ahead of the curve. When the kids get phones in school, we want to be there faster up, right? So please, join us. Here's what you need to do. Go to web.schoolatm.com/invite. Whether you're a student, a teacher, a school owner, an investor, we want you to get on board. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Go ATM, ladies and gentlemen. We are making our way through the list very quickly, and up next, as a number 10 presenter, is Smart Check.
Well, good afternoon to you all. I'm here on a search for 80,000 US dollars. Allow me to let you know that in Uganda today, over 35,000 credit businesses are facing a challenge of multiple borrowing and poor credit management practices. Allow me to bring forth a solution to this issue, Smart Check. We are a solution that is helping credit businesses assess their credit borrowers before issuing credit. We are giving them a platform that also helps them assess their KYC of their customers. In other words, to understand the person they are giving credit to. We have a fully fledged credit management system with analytical and reports that are analytical to the management to make decisions. Friends, a problem of multiple borrowing and poor credit management practices we are solving. But we are helping them assess their borrowers and also validate their KYC, and therefore embrace the transformation from the traditional ways of managing credit to a software that can help them ease their workflow. According to reports published by the Daily Monitor, one of the papers in Uganda, we understand that over 2,000 moneylenders and 200 big MFIs, or other microfinance institutions, and 33,000 SACCOs had been registered in Uganda. And this is the niche we are targeting. A product that has a responsive nature and character and can be used as an app, a web app, and also with a desktop version. Friends, our unit costing as a B2B business is, as you can see, and of course subscriptions taking the biggest percentage, the KYC validation, and of course, therefore, the credit assessments. We've moved the journey, friends. Right from November the year 2023, in February we released our first prototype. And right now we've partnered with government agencies to help us assess the identity of different people for our clients. Colleagues, this money will help us scale. As you see, our technology as a tech company shall take the biggest percentage. And of course, our operations and business development, respectively. We have our financial projections of up to a total of over 22.4 million US dollars for the three major products. That's say our CRB, and of course, the KYC validation, and therefore the credit management system. Yes, we have competition, and some of those are embedded into the ecosystem, but supporting large financial institutions like banks, and of some of the MFIs, leaving us a niche of small-scale players from which you can get revenue. We are a team of 4 members, with me myself a certified risk manager, working in banking for over 7 years, Sonia Amito, a certified SCA, and therefore Dan Guondo, who is a risk professional, and Conrad Tugume, who has developed different tech solutions for even large fintechs in this country. With this team, we can make a difference in this country. Allow us in the remaining 1 minute to give you a practical glimpse of what our system is able to do. This is what you're seeing in the screen, on the screen is our app that is for the mobile users. As you see, it has a multiple account ability. You can have multiple accounts for different branches. When you log and check out on the hamburger icon on your corner, it has solutions of KYC, which splits the KYC for NIN verification. Just illustratively, you can see we are trying to search for the phone number searches because we have already done an integration with the telcos. So this helps the credit businesses to also assess and understand the owner of the contact from which they are going to give credit. Friends, the system is also, as I conclude, it has a desktop version which is robust and can be used to assess and get reports for management to make informed decisions. As you can see on your screen, those are some of the reports that you can fetch from the portal, and you can actually see the exact location of the person that got credit from your business. With all that said, allow me to thank you for your audience, and we are ready to take on this panel in case you are interested in funding Smart Check. Let's just display.
Excellent. I see you didn't put up your credit score up there. Next up, we have Ticket.io in the house. Ready to present and sell us some tickets, right?
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Alan Ojera, the CEO, Ticket.io. So basically, what Ticket.io does is an events ticketing platform that enables secure selling and purchase of tickets. So the problem here is we have more than 100 events happening in Uganda, and if we picked out a random person here, you can't mention 10. So that means the attendees don't even know the events going on. The organizers try sorting that by partnering with influencers and marketeers to get those tickets to the people. But then there comes a challenge collecting the cash. If you have 100 people selling your tickets, what we are trying to do is to consolidate physical tickets, online tickets, and cash management in a single dashboard. How it works for the attendees, you just go to ticketio.com, choose an event, enter your details. Once you complete payment, you'll open your email, and you'll have your ticket there. But very soon, you'll be receiving them through WhatsApp. Our current market we are going after is a 5 million market, but we are picking out 10% across Africa. We are not the only people doing this. The first three are ticketing companies. The last one on the other end is one of the most used cash management solutions at the different venues. Since we are taking on both in one system, is why you see them on the list. And that's the major differentiator there. We shall be handling both on a single system. How we make money is a commission for the online sales, a subscription for the cash management solution, and then the transaction-based, since we have other event-required products. We have tested this idea, and we have currently 158 registered events organizers with Ticket.io, and the notable ones we've worked with are Alliance France. We've done something with KCCA. We also have venues. We've supplied events items to One Love Beach and Lolly Fun Park at Akamwesi Mall. On the team, before we started Ticket.io, I used to do events, and I have 7 years experience in events. Our CTO also previously owned an events management company where we merged with close to almost 20 years as a team to build this solution for the industry. We are looking for 70,000. Since we have tested the idea, why is there still technology development? We are looking for somebody to say, I want to go to Miss Steele, and it will recommend, okay, there's this food, there is this, you could try out maybe the cocktail. We want a recommendation system put within our platform to keep the person onto the platform. We are also trying to expand the team, market acquisition to supply more steel. Why we have wristbands here, it's the biggest revenue generator that we have, since we can supply to every venue and every maybe family park around. We also have the physical tickets. Since we are not 100% on the internet, we have a very big market for the physical tickets too. But we are looking at making 150,000 in revenue by the 5th year. Why is it the right time now? 30% of our population is between to 34 years. And those are the people you find at events. And the revenue this year is projected to be $13 million from just the ticketing part. So we have tested this idea for 2 years, and we really understand the market so well with the team. That's why we have some notable traction even without money. If you help us move faster, we'll be willing to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Walker Bear Education. A round of applause for this final presentation. Bring it home.
Hello, good afternoon.
I'm really grateful to connect with you. My name is Ben Wakorach. I am the founder and executive director of Obey Educational Services, where we are enhancing competent-based learning and innovation in schools. Where are the slides, please? Okay. I think I can continue, right? Or I wait for the slides. Yeah, I started my career in architecture, where I completed in 2016 as the best student in my class. And along the way, doing projects worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and also getting awarded for it. But whenever I would travel back home, I would find children in my village who would aspire to be like me. But they're in classrooms that lack the resources and the materials to explore meaningful learning, to develop the necessary skill sets to thrive in today's dynamic world. Also in these classrooms, there are unexposed teachers to the needs of today's world. On top of that, these teachers also, you find one teacher attending to over 50 students or 50 pupils. Well, the challenge is that over millions of children are facing this challenge across the country. Yeah, so I thought of a solution, and I was inspired by my childhood. I'll wait for the slide to come so that I can show you some pictures so that you can have it in mind.
Continue, continue. Sorry for the difficulties, they were not planned. Kindly hold, your file was corrupted, so we are loading a new one for you. Good to go. All right, proceed. Or you may start over, whichever one is, I think for continuity, maybe just start over.
We are facing in our educational space, lack of materials, unexposed teachers, and also a very large classroom where you find one teacher attending to over 50 students or pupils in the classroom. So think about the solution. I was inspired by my childhood. I used to collect wires, boxes, and scraps, and make toys, make houses, and that inspired my career in architecture. So I put down a small team that researched into the uniqueness of toy making. And we developed the Warabel learning approach that intentionally nurtures imagination and creativity, practical hands-on skill and innovation, self-development, and entrepreneurship. And out of that, we developed 4 major products. The first one, of course, the Warabel mentorship program, which we are now implementing in classrooms. We also have Warovers, which is an AI learning platform that helps us to track progress of learners in classroom, but also empowers the teachers to manage the last classroom in terms of giving personalized learning experiences. We also have Toy Festival that allows us to bring different stakeholders into one space to have a dialogue on how we can improve on education and then learning kits as well. Our market size, we are targeting East Africa with a potential of over $500 million US, but we are starting in northern Uganda with 100,000 learners within that space in private schools, government schools, and non-governmental organizations. This is our team. I'm the team lead, and we have the different team members that helps us with administration, program management, and also the Toy and Innovation Festival. Our business model is very simple. We are structured as a social enterprise. On one end, we serve private schools where we charge $4 per child per session, and also we target NGOs who pay for underserved communities. These are schools that are in the villages, and also we serve parents in that space as well. Attraction to date, we launched in 2022 at the end, and in 2023 we signed 2 MOUs with Guru City Education Office and also Elefante Commons. And also, as of now, we are finalizing development of the AI learning platform. Our financials, today we have invested about 120 million in business, and 85% personal funding, revenue, and donations as well. Our competitors include Fundiboots, Oysters and Pearls, and STEM Power, but what makes us unique is our affordability, tech-enabled, and also our structure as a social enterprise that allows us to get funding or resources from both ends, either from grants, donations, or also from investments. Our asks is $100,000 US, and we're looking at this from angel investors and also, angel investors mostly, and impact investors. Thank you so much.
Well done, Woko Bear. Right. And that brings us to the end of the presentations for the afternoon, and also the end of the presentations for cohort 4. A round of applause for all of the work that went into the process of preparing, editing of all of the decks. Fantastic work on the editing. I think if you're taking anything out of this program, is you have a fully ready deck that you can actually now begin walking from investor to investor. Now you've also had the pleasure of practicing on stage on exactly how to sell your company. Now you are all experienced entrepreneurs. Yep.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, Teddy, you mentioned yesterday that being on this stage is really the beginning of the journey.
Yeah.
And I think this is sort of our way of passing you out to many more stages and rooms where you're going to get to pitch and really make your case in front of investors. Mr. Parker's been in the room. I don't know if he's very impressed, if he's itching to write another check. I don't know. We'll ask him afterwards.
If he's not going to invest, he knows people. So make sure you get, you ask to go through his Rolodex for investor introductions.
Good. So Ted, I think it's time for us to begin to land this plane.
Yes.
But before we do that, let's I think there are 2 people we're going to invite up on stage. Just give us some really closing remarks and appreciations. And then, we'll come back and then wrap it up, right?
Absolutely. And it will be my esteemed honor to invite up here Valerio Stoyan and Barbara Mutabazi, my co-founder at Hive Collab, to give us the closing remarks on a very eventful 2 days. And Barbara racing down the sideline. Will she make it in time? Yes, she will. Fantastic.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Rob. How about we give a big round of applause for our 2 MCs these 2 days? Their energy really kept us going through these 2 days, and we thank you very much. Now, I know I'm supposed to do the closing remarks, but I'm in a little bit of trouble because I don't want to, because I don't want this project to end, okay? So I was saying yesterday, I've been working in ITC for 15 years now, and I've been doing projects all over Africa and all over the world. And I can honestly tell you, this was one of the nicest projects I've ever worked in. And the reason is because of the people we worked with, because of you guys. So a round of applause for you guys. So, before we close, on my behalf and on ITC's behalf, I would like to thank everybody that was involved in this project. So, I would like to thank our donor, Cosme, for providing the funding for this project. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Startups and SMEs from Korea. We have one representative here, so please give them a warm welcome. And also all our partners from Korea. If I think about how many people have helped us throughout the entire project, including these days, we have here Mr. Park, because I'm looking at him. We had the investors this morning. They took time this morning to listen to our pitches and to see what you guys are capable of. So a huge thanks to all our partners from Korea. Last but not least, actually it's not last, I want to thank very, very much our local partners, NITA Uganda, and especially Hive Collab. Without Hive Collab, we could have never done what we did these last 3 years, okay? And I'm very proud to give the torch forward to Hive, and from now on, I'm fully confident that they will be able to deliver the Youth Startup Academy on their own with no help from us. So that's a huge achievement. I know you're looking at me and you're saying, well, that's normal, but it doesn't happen like that in every project, okay? So Hive Collab is one of the most serious institutions we've ever worked with and one of the most competent we've ever worked with.
You're recording this. I want to later on.
Of course, also all the staff from Hive Collab. You've seen an entire army running around today through here and yesterday. So all Hive Collab staff deserve a huge thank you from everybody. Also, I want to thank the government of Uganda for being supportive in our project. And I also want to thank ITC's local team on the ground. Rita and Rob, they have been ITC's local coordinators. And now, last but not least, I want to thank you, entrepreneurs. You made this possible. It is your energy that made this project be successful. All those achievements I was showing yesterday, 3,000 jobs created, sales, 1.5 million revenue investments, all of that is because of you. We just helped how we could, but you guys did all the work. It's your achievement, all of this. So, with that, again, I don't want to end, honestly. I don't want this project to end. I know we still have a few activities left until December. We have a delegation that we will take of you guys after a serious selection that we did. We are going to take 10 of you to go to Korea to attend the Come Up Festival, and we have a few small activities here and there. So with that being said, I want to thank all of you again, and looking forward to seeing your success in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Valerio. I wouldn't want to close this, and we are not closing. Just the ceremony now is what we are closing, but not the program. This is a journey that started more than 2 years ago, actually, with the selection process. And I can tell you it was a rigorous one. That at some point, and I knew we were competing against other really good ecosystem players. And I wasn't sure whether we would be selected, but I trusted that they would use their judgment. and select. And I would have been happy for any other hubs to also get this. But I really wanted to get it for a number of reasons. As Hive Collab, we started this with the idea of supporting innovations that would drive social impact in the country. So make money, but also drive social innovations that are going to change the lives of many people, and as it makes you money. And throughout the pitches that you have seen and the businesses that you've seen, you'll notice that a bunch of the businesses that we have supported, majority of them have a social component to them. So they're building innovations that are creating jobs for the people they employ, but also local farmers, buying produce from farmers and things like that, and also creating jobs for other people. And so when we were selected, I was very excited. And I want to thank the ITC team. I've worked with so many partners, but there are times you work with partners, and along the way you're wondering, why did you select us if you're not going to trust us to do the job? ITC has been exceptional in trusting us that we know our entrepreneurs, we know the market and the ecosystem we are working with, and they trusted us to deliver this program. And I think we have done a good job. Based on what he has said, I think we have done a good job of piloting the project. And as we made a promise here, you also had the government make a promise. We'll hold them accountable, by the way. They said they will continue to support this. We will hold them accountable. And so the pledge is that Hive Collab will continue to support. I want to also thank Cosme for their unwavering support during this. Sometimes some funders just want to give money and they don't want to know anything else. They just want to see reports. These guys have been very different, including ITC. While they selected us and trusted us, they just didn't want to see results of the entrepreneurs. They also wanted to support us in our own capacity to grow. One of the things we did not have was the export trade component in our curriculums or in our training. I can certifiably tell you that we are the only, I believe, entity or incubator here that is certified, has been trained, and is providing this training from what we've provided and moving forward. And not just YSAU, across all our programs, because we have seen the importance of working and helping startups look at it from a global scale and not right from the beginning, and not reaching a point where you now need to become export ready and you're fumbling around when you already have someone who's interested in buying your produce, like in Europe or even in Kenya, and you don't have the certifications or you don't know how. So this, what we have taken on across all our programs, is to support our businesses be export ready in everything. And with what Cosme and Ministry of MSS have done, they took us to Korea. One of my biggest thank yous was the opportunity to go to Korea and see firsthand how the government of Korea has built this program from ground up. And then us coming here and localizing that to build something that would work for the country. And their continued support, because they again connected us to other incubators that are based in Korea, and we are learning from them too. Many different things that we believe are still to continue to help us improve the way we serve you. Because without you guys, we don't exist. Don't be fooled. An incubator without thriving businesses is not an incubator. I don't care how much you advertise and talk about yourself. If we don't see your work, you don't exist. And so we thank you, the businesses, for being serious. I have worked with so many entrepreneurs, and sometimes you can tell through an entrepreneur that they are just here for the sake of the food, like someone mentioned here. They just came to eat a plate of 20K, and they haven't seen or recognized the value that is being offered. You guys have shown is different. You have seen the value. You have chased down the mentors. And I believe that with whatever little we have given, you're going to take that and build successful businesses. And we'll be right alongside you, supporting you each step of the way. So I want to thank every entrepreneur that has gone through this program, and to also let you know that we are going to hold you accountable. We will continue. We will continue to hold you accountable, because that's very needed in a business. When you're running a business, sometimes you go off track. We'll make sure we help you through the alumni community that we just created, and also through our mentors just reaching out to you guys. I thank NITAU for their support. Government entities usually make promises, you sign an MOU, and it stops at that. NITAU has been different. They've been very receptive. They've been very supportive whenever we've gone to them, and they've also provided the internet that we've used. This whole time, the internet that we have had at Hive Collab that you've had access to has been provided by NITA free of charge. So I really thank NITA Uganda for that support also. And then, I want to say, I don't think you've gone to any accelerator or program in this country that has given you the caliber of mentors, of consultants that this program has given you. I would like our mentors to please stand for recognition. Moses, Patrick, Barry, Joseph, Raymond, and Teddy. These guys have pushed you. I'm sure some of you even hated them at a certain point. You know, when you have a child and when you're a child and your parent is pushing you to certain things, you're like, what's wrong with this man or woman? Can they just leave me alone? And then later on when you're grown, you're like, hey, mommy or daddy, thank you so much for not giving up on me. I'm sure that's what you're telling these guys, because they didn't give up. They've pushed you. And if they pushed you and you didn't respond to them, I feel sorry for you. But for the ones who actually did, I'm sure you'll see the value. And also, a word of advice, make them your friend on the side, so that when you have a challenge later on, without them saying pay for it, they will listen when you need their advice. Anywhere you go, always build your network, make friends with these people. So that's a free tip. These guys, buy them a coffee. They will listen. Right, guys? Pay them with a thank you. But also when you make money, please pay them money, yeah? Yeah, thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate all your support. Lastly, I want to thank the team at Hive Collab. I have not been around physically. I have supported the team as much as I could from wherever I was. But I want to thank them so much that I don't think there's any time Rita or Robert or Valerio called and said, this has failed, we need you to come and intervene. That never happened. And so I thank the Hive Collab team. And when I say Hive Collab team, I also want to thank Rita and Robert. Rita and Rob, I remember in those first days when we sat and said, okay, I think it was the first cohort or the second cohort where we were like, okay, this curriculum is not going to work. When we were bidding for this project, we pitched something to ITC. We knew this is what we wanted. Then when we did the first cohort, we were like, yeah, no. And so we sat in a room and dissected this curriculum and said, okay, no, this out. We need to bring in a bit of this. And so that's what we did with most of the trainings that were happening with you guys. And I'm sure what cohort 1 received was different from cohort 2, was different from cohort 3, because we kept iterating and adapting to what was working, what you were telling us. Remember those endless feedback forms that we gave you? They were not in vain. They were helping us improve the curriculum, the programming, and whatever we're providing for the next cohorts. And that is how we are as an organization. We are a learning organization. I can tell you that YSAU today will be very different from YSAU 2-3 years down the road, because we are a learning organization and we listen to you guys. So I want to thank you so much for your efforts. And like I said in that video that you saw yesterday, we are still looking for unicorns. And we believe that they're going to come out of you guys. So we'll still hold you accountable, but also continue to support you. Thank you so much. And with those few words, ITC and Hive Collab would just love to close this. And yeah, thank you guys so much. And good night.
Rob. You know, our bosses have spoken. I don't know if we have the permission to speak anything on top of that, you know. But I think we shall use our MC veto powers
to just sign out officially and guide you for tea, I guess.
But like, something just hit me while I was standing there.
Yeah.
I no longer have the opportunity to make them cry.
Oh. Maybe over coffee? I don't know.
I loved that. I loved pushing you to the limit, to see what would come out of the other end, right? I really enjoyed that process. Not the crying process, the teaching process, right? I will leave you with this from that explanation I just gave you. Nothing of value will be created in your comfort zone. If you're comfortable where you are, you're not growing. Continue to push, continue to be uncomfortable, and every moment that you are there, you become comfortable in that area, know that you have conquered that stage. It's time for you to grow again. Continue pushing yourself, because you're not here because you want to be comfortable. You're here because you want to grow. And we really want to appreciate the journey that you have been on, because from the beginning of stage 1, when you are here, to stage 3, you have all grown. And as your colleagues here exhibited, you have gone through that growth process, and you know, on the other end is even more success that you will actually have. We wish you the best of success. We are available at Hive Collab to continue finding assistance, connecting you to partners, making sure that you do not fail. So if you do fail, it's because you gave up, not because you did not have enough resources available to you. Yes?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think with that, I think on my behalf and on behalf of Teddy, it's been an incredible honor steering this event for the last 2 days, and you have been an amazing audience. And now we just want to say, Teddy and Rob, out.
We're out.
Right? But before we leave, there's going to be some evening coffee, so, you know, let's continue networking, you know, and get some coffee, and let's really keep the conversations. Until we see you again, have a lovely evening. Bye.